Como já dito em alguns vídeos e aqui no canal, nós como cidadãos brasileiros, somos cópia barata dos Estados Unidos da América. E uma prova disso é que você vê acontecendo lá para acontecer aqui depois. Se você seguiu na sequência e assistiu todos os documentários que eu postei até então sobre as oposições controladas, você deve ter visto que aconteceu a invasão do movimento de oposição controlada do Canon, assim como o Anonymous também é. Vai aí uma dica para você pesquisar a respeito. Invadiram o Capitólio, lá nos Estados Unidos, no dia 6 de janeiro. E aqui no Brasil, houve também o gado levado pela idolatria, levado pelo movimento de antipetismo a uma idiotice até igual ou até maior do que aqueles que eles buscam criticar, encabeçados também por uma oposição controlada, que é o Bozo, o Bolsonaro. E aconteceu dia 8. Então, já que foi citado o Bozo, também deve ser citado o Donald Trump, porque o Donald Trump, ele é a versão estadunidense de quem? Sim, do Bozo. Assim temos mais uma cópia. E que, já que somos iluminados pelo sol do novo mundo, conforme o hino nacional diz, aqui estamos, mais uma vez para provar isso. E é claro, se tem esse título, você sabe que vai ser bem longo, você sabe que vai ter meus comentários conforme os vídeos vão passando, se for necessário interromper, e você sabe que sempre no final, ou se tiver muito, vou colocar entre os documentários alguns remixes para brincar, para zoar, mas principalmente te deixar relaxado, já que vai jogar um monte de informação que você talvez nunca viu por aí, que são esses remixes com as palavras que ele fala lá com essas oposições controladas, porque eles se fazem assim de idiotas e não precisa de uma edição para trazer isso. Então, dito isso, Neo, eu quero que você se sente, ou fique em pé mesmo, e assista o que vai ser mostrado a princípio nesse vídeo sobre Trump.
This is the world that you know.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization
You are
is
attacking
terrible.
our news organization.
Your organization
Can you give
is
us a
terrible.
chance
Let's
to ask
go.
a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can
Quiet.
you state,
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect,
Go ahead.
can you state
She's asking
categorically,
a question.
Mr.
Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you
No,
give
I'm
us a
not going to give you a
question?
question. I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not
Go ahead.
appropriate.
Hey, look at this! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump taking down Vince McMahon! Oh my God! The hostile takeover of Donald Trump on Vince McMahon has happened at WrestleMania 23. I didn't think he would do it. I just would think that's what it was.
Fool me once, fool me once, fool me once. Shame on, shame on. Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. Fool me, take it, fool again, 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 take it, fool again.
You know, what she did with the emails was fine. You think it was fine to delete 33,000 emails? I don't think so. She said the 33,000 emails had to do with her daughter's wedding, number one, and a yoga class. Well, maybe we'll give three or 4 or 5 or something. 33,000 emails deleted. And now she's saying there wasn't anything wrong.
It's just not true. And so please
you
go
didn't
to
delete them?
Allow her to respond, please.
personal emails, not official.
33,000? Hillary Clinton, I think, is a terrific woman. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've known her for years. I live in New York, she lives in New York, and I've known her and her husband for years, and I really like them both a lot.
And as you know, most people know, she's a world-class liar.
Hillary's a great friend of mine. Her husband is a great friend of mine. They're fantastic people. I mean, you know the thing, they get a bad knock. She's a very nice woman. People think tough, and I guess she's tough, but she's a very nice woman, and he's a very nice guy. We know all about the smarts and how smart they are, and all, but they are good people.
There's never been anybody in the history of politics in this nation that's been so abusive to women. Hillary Clinton attacked those same women and attacked them viciously. 4 of them here tonight.
Hillary's a great friend of mine. Her husband is a great friend of mine. They're fantastic people. I mean, but she's a very nice woman, and he's a very nice guy.
These are all lies. We say lie, 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 lie. Lie. Dirty, rotten liar.
No, but why did she get rid of it? Hillary, rotten Clinton. Rotten Clinton. Hillary, rotten Clinton, right?
And they are, just really terrific people. I like them both very much, but I think you'll be looking at the record of Hillary Clinton and how did she do as Secretary of State, probably above and beyond everybody else and everything else.
It's a disgrace, and honestly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Secretary Clinton, I want to follow up on that. I'm going to let you talk about email.
Because everything he just said is absolutely false, but I'm not... It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Hillary's a great friend of mine. Her husband is a great friend of mine. They're fantastic people. I mean, but she's a very nice woman.
Where she destroyed 33,000 emails criminally.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state. In 2001, weeks after the attacks on New York City and on Washington, and frankly, the attacks on all of us, attacks that they were perpetrated by the Islamic fundamentalists, Mayor Rudy Giuliani visited Israel to show solidarity with terror victims. I sent my plane because I backed the mission for Israel 100%. Iran is the biggest sponsor of terrorism around the world, and we will work to dismantle that reach. Believe me, believe me. I've been with Israel so long in terms of I've received some of my greatest honors from Israel. My father before me, incredible. My daughter Ivanka is about to have a beautiful Jewish baby. When I become president, the days of treating Israel like a second-class citizen will end on day 1.
So what do you think of my Trump Home mattress collection by Serta? Finally, the same luxury and comfort I demand in my hotel.
What do you have in mind?
Something you were born to do.
Welcome to room 9.
Looking good, number 9, looking good.
Where's your dignity?
O que te faz identificar um aluno de escola na rua? Mesmo que ele esteja distante de uma escola, que aprendemos a chamar de escola, mas que na realidade é um instituto de ensino programático dos Rockefellers. Enfim, esse é outro assunto. O que te faz identificar? É o famoso bater o olho, você reconheceu? Bem, se estiver segurando um caderno, se estiver segurando algum material escolar, ou se não tiver com nada nas mãos, vai ser a bolsa, característica de quem carrega muitos livros, de cadernos, o estojo, a garrafa de água e afim. E, assim como você pode identificar um aluno no meio do nada, que ele está indo ou voltando de alguma escola, ou se for mais jovem, já do ensino médio, se for mais adulto ainda, aparenta ser mais adulto, talvez seja em algum serviço, ou a faculdade, ou as universidades. Assim como você está assistindo os documentários que está saindo, você consegue identificar mais ainda aqueles que eu não farei documentário a respeito. Ou talvez eu só poste algum vídeo, ou talvez eu não consiga nunca falar. Então você, já desperto, você consegue ver algumas semelhanças e já consegue projetar quem é quem no cenário. Dito isso, você viu que uma das características que identifica uma oposição controlada é que eles sempre fecham o bico quando se trata de um estado terrorista bem conhecido no mundo todo, só que as maiores mídias são pagas por eles para ficar calado. Quem? Os sionistas. E com eles está por trás do Estado de Israel, atual, fundado pelos Illuminates em 1948. Você vê que nenhum destes que vazam documentos, denunciam as coisas, não falam muito sobre eles. Por que será? Bem, já que Trump é uma oposição controlada e você já aprendeu a identificar esse aluno de oposição controlada, no exemplo que eu dei no início, para ilustrar o que eu falo, você sabe que eles não criticam esse pessoal bem protegidinho, porque tem uma couraça. Assim como os protestantes /evangélicos não permitam e te destrói a você falar que isso não é palavra de Deus, que isso não é inspirado, o quê? A Bíblia. Eu não estou falando das escrituras, então não confunda o que eu digo. A Bíblia é a mesma coisa de você estar falando sobre Jesus. Ou seja, Jesus virou um livro. Ele virou 66 livros, ou 72, ou outros, que nem o etíope, que tem bem mais do que a católica, os livros. Assim como quando você critica as imagens de escultura, que é até nos apócrifos denunciada como idolatria para um católico, ele vai dizer que você está ofendendo os santos e a Maria, que foi a mãe de Deus. Mas aquela você sabe que não é a Maria, mas vestir uma couraça de que é. Então fica protegido. E os Illuminates, eles também usam da mesma couraça. Eles usam a couraça de judeus. Então, eu não sou antissemita. Eu, ao contrário dos judeus, não tenho nada contra eles. Contra quem acredita e segue Jesus Cristo, que para eles é tudo de ruim que você já viu num vídeo que eu postei. Então, não me confunda com antissemita, ou pelo menos o pessoal que vai aparecer aqui. Mas sim, a real de que ele é uma oposição controlada, ele abaixa a cabeça para esse pessoal sionista. Se você ainda não sabe a diferença, talvez em breve eu faça uma explicação a respeito disso. Mas eles são sionistas, não judeus. Umas famílias dos senhores do mundo não são judeus. São, sim, você acertou. Então eles vestem essa couraça de judeus, porque se você criticar, você é antissemita, você é nazista, você automaticamente diz que o Holocausto nunca existiu. Não, eu nunca apoiei, nunca vou apoiar essa versão mentirosa de que o Holocausto nunca existiu. Não, aqui não é um canal de oposição controlada no Telegram que vai dizer que Hitler era bonzinho e que batalhou contra os Rothschild. Não, aqui você não tem esse papo idiota. Quem bem sabe, Hitler era um ocultista iniciado e não travava algo sequer no seu plano de governo maligno sem consultar uma ocultista bem característica de quem já acompanha aqui o canal. Então não é nada disso. Eu digo que o holocausto judeu aconteceu. Hitler era uma pessoa má, nojenta, um desgraça na sociedade. Tá certo? E o problema aqui não são os judeus, não são israelitas e israelenses, mas sim aqueles que estão por detrás do país deles e que vestem essa couraça justamente para quando postar esse vídeo, quando tocar nisso, você pense que é culpa dos judeus, mas não. É a mesma coisa. Se falar que a Bíblia não é a palavra de Deus, é como se fosse o próprio Jesus sendo criticado. Ou, na outro exemplo de católico, a própria Maria, mas não, é Semíramis, a sacerdotisa da Babilônia. Então é a mesma estratégia que eles utilizam. Então busque saber, e mesmo que alguns aí na internet, até mesmo que possa aparecer nesses documentários, falem desta forma, Jews, ou seja, judeus, não, é os sionistas que vestem essa couraça, essa imagem, essa máscara de judeus. Tá bem? Então, que fique bem claro e fique com essa compilação dele falando a favor, dele apoiando e sendo interrogado por eles próprios, os judeus, e apoiando o Estado terrorista genocida de Israel.
There is absolutely no doubt that Donald Trump is supported, owned, and operated by the Zionist Jew power structure. It is a verifiable fact. It is a fact the mainstream media and mainstream alternative media alike will dare not touch. Anyone ignoring this fact and not exposing this is either incredibly naive or bought and paid for to sell you disinformation. Donald Trump is absolutely surrounded by and has appointed psychopathic neocons and Rothschild Zionists, yet many are in delusion and denial, largely in part due to their desperate desire for a savior, and this is what the elite have counted on. It is through this desperation and demoralization of a collective consciousness, sick and tired of a corrupt system and government, they were able to once again pull off another dog and pony show and manipulate people into believing that once again, things could be different this time. Through the obsolete and meaningless system of voting. Hope and Change 2.0. Unfortunately, this is just another case of meet the new boss, same as the old boss. We are led to believe that Trump is at war with the mainstream media and the establishment, a mainstream media that is mainly Zionist, Jewish owned and operated, another verifiable fact. Trump is also surrounded and supported by an endless stream of Ashkenazi Jews in his organizations and administration. He is, of course, a quote-unquote lifelong supporter and true friend of Israel, the largest terrorist state in the world. Sadly, most people do not realize that Israel and Mossad intelligence were key players in carrying out 9/11. If Trump truly was for the people, he would help expose the stranglehold of Israel and the Zionist power structure. Keep in mind, the Israel of the Bible is a completely different entity than the modern United Nations created state of Israel, which is a terrorist state of the New World Order. This is a distinction many indoctrinated Christians fail to grasp. America is just a puppet regime of Israel and Zion. A small fraction of the population are finally discovering that this Zionist apparatus controls our Federal Reserve System, corporations, Hollywood, and our media, and have our politicians in their back pockets. An even smaller fraction of the population understands that Trump would never get to where he is if he weren't owned and operated by these same powers. And as they say, the proof is in the pudding. In addition to Trump being a staunch Zionist supporter, all one needs to do is look at who surrounds and supports Donald Trump. Then you will understand how the media versus Trump narrative is just another ruse and Zionist script. The scripted battle between Trump and the Jewish-owned media was the key chessboard move to legitimizing Trump in the eyes of the demoralized populace. A demoralized populace who by now has little to no trust for the so-called dinosaur media. The idea that Trump is at war with a Jewish-owned media while simultaneously surrounded and supported by an army of them is as ridiculous and absurd as it can get, and isn't remotely believable to anyone aware of who really owns the media. Many have also been fooled into believing Trump has hinted at 9/11 truth, but this is nothing more than laughable to any real 9/11 researcher. What he has stated publicly on 9/11 thus far has been nothing but lies and misdirection. In addition to being friends with 9/11 perp Rudy Giuliani, Trump has focused on the limited hangout and misdirection angle of Saudi Arabia, which is what gatekeepers, disinfo agents, and the media focuses on, ignoring the huge elephant in the room, Israel. Trump has publicly stated that he saw quote-unquote thousands of Muslim Americans celebrating the 9/11 attacks in New Jersey, which is the biggest lie imaginable. The real truth Trump or your mainstream media will never mention is the only people actually documented celebrating the 9/11 event were a small handful of undercover Israeli Mossad agents who had been in the US for months and some for years, whose operation was busted by a nationwide FBI sting and were captured on the George Washington Bridge with explosives in their van of their front company, Urban Moving Systems.
Deborah, the reports we're getting now, 2 or 3 men arrested on the New Jersey Parkway. Deborah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That is the information that I am getting from 2 sources, that there was a van either on the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway, and that it was near the George Washington Bridge. There were 2 or 3 men who were in the van. The van was pulled over. It is not clear why the van was pulled over, but when it was, law enforcers found tons of explosives inside of the van. That is right now all I'm hearing, but again, 2 to 3 people in custody, and we are trying to get more information on that right now.
And word late tonight that 2 suspects are in FBI custody after a truckload of explosives was discovered around the George Washington Bridge. That bridge links New York to New Jersey over the Hudson River. Whether the discovery of those explosives has anything to do with other events of the day is unclear, but the FBI has 2 suspects in hand, said the truck load of explosives, enough explosives were in the truck to do great damage to the George Washington Bridge. But they arrested the 2 suspects and they're questioning them as we speak.
Since 9/11, we have thousands of pages of FBI, CIA, and DOJ reports documenting the arrests made on 9/11. The FBI report outlines the fact that the dancing Israelis were found to have taken 76 photographs, had maps, plane tickets, box cutters, and almost $5,000 in cash. In their 2004 civil lawsuit, the Israeli plaintiffs demanded their possessions and money back, in addition to many other demands. The declassified FBI reports also outlined the little-known fact that additional Israelis driving vans were arrested by police in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire after the 9/11 attack. Numerous trucks and vans with explosives were stopped by police on 9/11. And, as outlandish and unbelievable as it may sound, one of the vans had a mural painted on the side of it depicting a plane crashing into the Twin Towers. This is confirmed by 2 sources. 1, the New York Police radio transmission recordings from the day of 9/11. 2, it was also discussed by U.S. Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta himself in his February 2006 official report titled Saving City Lifelines, Lessons Learned in the 9/11 Terrorist Attacks. The report stated, quote, "There were continuing moments of alarm. A panel truck with a painting of a plane flying into the World Trade Center was stopped near the temporary command post. It proved to be rented to a group of ethnic Middle Eastern people who did not speak English. Fearing that it might be a truck bomb, the NYPD immediately evacuated the area, called out the bomb squad, and detained the occupants until a thorough search was made. The vehicle was found to be an innocent delivery truck." End quote. The report, of course, makes absolutely no mention of the truck exploding or the fact that these Middle Eastern people had actually been Israeli spies.
Spencer, I got a message on that plane. It's a big truck with a mural painted of an airplane diving into New York City and exploding. I don't know what's in the truck. The truck is in between 6th and 7th on King Street. All right, 10-4, I'll send the issue in the bomb squad there for West Cape. The phone? You called that West message? That's fine. With a mural painted, airplane diving into New York, blowing up. 2 men got out of the truck, ran away from it. We got those 2 under. That's good. You got those? Are you holding those 2 guys, Kate?
I've got so many questions, but you are vindicated. This has got to be the 50th time the last 6 months on the radical Muslims celebrating, not just in New Jersey, but New York, Palestine, all over. What do you have to say? They're still attacking you, though we've got Dan Rather on video, we've got New York Post, we've got Washington Post, we've got, I mean, what's going on here? On the radical Muslims celebrating, not just in New Jersey, but New York, Palestine, all over. What do you have to say? They're still attacking you, though we've got Dan Rather on video, we've got New York Post, we've got Washington Post, we've got, I mean, what's going on here?
Well, I took a lot of heat, and I was very strong on it.
Of course, even though Israel's involvement in 9/11 is now documented, proven, and verifiable fact, this information has been well swept under the radar. Most Americans will never realize what took place regarding the many Israeli spies arrested and detained on 9/11, only to be later released and sent back to Israel. This information will never be mentioned or covered by the mainstream media, let alone Donald Trump. And that is because he is obviously in bed with Israel and the Mossad.
Well, the elephant in the room happens to be a country called Israel. U.S. policy towards Syria cannot be explained without realizing that Syria poses no danger at all to the United States, but is perceived by Israel as posing a danger to Israel because through Syria comes the resupply for Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And so the Israelis have made it abundantly clear that would like to cut off that supply chain, and what better way to do it than to create chaos in Syria. It's in their documents, it's in Hillary Clinton's documents. Now, this is not a leak, this is not a hack, this is State Department released documents where Hillary Clinton said it will be a massive boon to Israeli security if we can remove Bashar al-Assad. She said that in April 2012. This is the elephant in the room. As long as Obama and his policymakers favor the objectives and interests of Israel, there's no way out of this quagmire.
The United States and Israel must be closer than ever, stronger than ever, and more determined than ever to prevail against our common adversaries and to advance our shared values. And if I'm fortunate enough to be elected president, the United States will reaffirm we have a strong and enduring national interest in Israel's security. To Israel's enemies, that the United States and Israel stand together, united. It's also why, as president, I will make a firm commitment to ensure Israel maintains its qualitative military edge.
I speak to you today as a lifelong supporter and true friend of Israel. I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state. When I'm president, believe me, I will veto any attempt by the UN to impose its will on the Jewish state. It will be vetoed 100%. When I become president, the days of treating Israel like a second-class citizen will end on day one. I love Israel. I love Israel. I've been with Israel so long. There is no daylight between America and our most reliable ally, the State of Israel. That the bond between the United States and Israel is absolutely, totally unbreakable.
What a joker. Angie Asimus, 7 News.
So Syria is our enemy, Iran is our enemy. Has never been a greater enemy to Israel.
Where someone in the administration called him chicken. Why?
They don't like him and they don't like Israel. Speak to friends of mine that are Jewish. He's the worst thing that has ever happened to Israel. Iran will have
a nuclear weapon. As soon as that happens, and it's very close.
Well, walls work. All you have to do is ask Israel. I want to thank my Jewish daughter. I have a Jewish daughter.
He's used his voice often and loudly in support of Israel, in support of security for Israel. We're honoring his long commitment to Israel.
Fox is a great supporter of Israel and believes strongly in Israel, that I can tell you. And we're going to pay great tribute to Joan Rivers, who truly did love Israel. Is that right? We love Israel. We will fight for Israel 100%, 1,000%. It will be there forever. Israel, I love Israel. Oh, by the way. And protecting your family. By the way, folks, while we're at it, great.
Go, go.
Hey guys, Demon here, hope all is well. Okay, I'm just gonna do a short video here. So, you know, in regards to Trump visiting Texas, you know, all propaganda, selling you a candy wrapped turd. Donald Trump says Greg Abbott is absolutely on the vice president shortlist as he visits Texas on the border crisis. You know, it's all staged propaganda, acting like they're securing the border, you know, in Texas, and this is only a 2.5 mile, you know, strip of the border that they're allegedly securing. But anyway, and here you'll see, again, Trump doing the Astroth hand sign, Star of David, all right, that he's always doing. Here you got Greg Abbott doing it, okay. Same thing with Trump. He's always doing it. Meanwhile, you've got Elon Musk doing the same thing with Benjamin Netanyahu. Elon, obviously, another POS, right, at Auschwitz. And let's see here. So, just to prove this, so this is Greg Abbott at the Wailing Wall. He's another Zionist, okay. Greg Abbott, Wailing Wall, Trump, Wailing Wall, showing his allegiance to Israel. Again, Greg Abbott, governor of Texas. Greg Abbott at the Holocaust Memorial, showing his allegiance to Israel. Anti-Israel policies are anti-Texas policies. This is from the Texas governor website, showing his allegiance again. Let's see here. Greg Abbott travels to Israel to offer Texas support in war. Greg Abbott rallies state's Jewish commission to combat rising anti-Semitism and reinforces ties with Israel. And we just continue to go on. I mean, it's the same story. This is Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt that visited with Texas Governor Abbott. Okay, again, Abbott doing his Astroth hand sign. Traveled to Israel in November, and then all of a sudden here in you know, January, February, they're joining forces to secure the alleged border, and now we've got these fires in Texas. And here's Governor Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma. Oklahoma stands with Israel. HB 3967 makes it clear Oklahoma will not do business with companies that boycott Israel. Oklahoma governor orders flags lowered to half staff in support of Israel. Governor Stitt returns from trip to Israel, reaffirms support of the Israel people. And again, this is in November 3rd, 2023, when Oklahoma Governor Stitt with Texas Governor went ahead and visited Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. And now they're all joining forces with Florida Governor DeSantis and other Zionists, which I'm going to show you all this. Let's see here. Here you got on Texas Governor Abbott's website, Stand With Israel. Abbott meets with Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu. We've done that one. Let's see here. So, and then, you know, we can just start up here. Okay, weaving spiders come not here. You got Moloch, right? Moloch. Bohemian Grove, Moloch. Trump doing Moloch hand gestures. Same as the Talmudic actors. Obama. They all serve Israel. The Pope doing Moloch. Yep. Nelson Mandela. A plant destroyed South Africa. Rhodesia, let's see here. Trump doing Moloch hand gestures. Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner select D.C. house near 2 Orthodox synagogues. Future first daughter reportedly moving to $5.5 million home near Shabbat, Lubavitch, Israel. Here's you got Ivanka wearing her Kabbalah bracelet. Ivanka at the Wailing Wall. Ivanka at her Jewish wedding. Kushner and Obama, or Trump, the Wailing Wall with the Shabbat Lubavitch, Ivanka and Kushner, Ivanka at the Wailing Wall. And then here you got Tucker, another Zionist with his Kabbalah bracelet, just like Ivanka, just like all the Talmudic actors wear their Kabbalah bracelets. Britney Spears with her red Kabbalah bracelets. All these Semitic actors wearing their Kabbalah bracelets, showing their allegiance to Israel. They all do their 666 hand gestures, showing their allegiance to Israel. Trump with Kevin Stitt, Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt. Meanwhile, as you got Helen Thomas here, there's no question about that. Congress, the White House, and Hollywood, Wall Street are all owned by the Zionists. The Jews are using their power, and they have power in every direction. Power over the White House, power over Congress. Everybody's in the pocket of the Israeli lobbies, which are funded by wealthy supporters, including those from Hollywood. Same thing with financial markets. There's total control. It isn't this 2%. It's real power when you own the White House, when you own these other places in terms of political persuasion. So both sides of our government are controlled by Israel. Research APAC. The Americans are good people, but America will be taken over and destroyed from the inside by the Zionist lobby. The Americans do not see this. They are getting decadent. Zionists will use this to destroy them. Muammar Gaddafi, who they killed. Trump's executive order against anti-Semitism will protect U.S. Jews. For you to research. This is Trump's top executive administration. High portion being Israelis. Many of President Joe Biden's cabinet's picks, high-level ones, are Jewish. All President Joe Biden's children are married to Jews. And Vice President Kamala Harris' husband is also Jewish. All 4 of our presidential electees are all Zionists. DeSantis, Trump with his Talmud, Wailing Wall. This is RFK showing his allegiance to Shabbat Lubavitch. So yeah, Obama, RFK, DeSantis, Trump, all your 4 presidential electees giving you the illusion of choice. It all being a false paradigm. All serve the Canaanite serpent seed race. Voting's a scam. They're playing both sides. Obama, Trump. They're all doing 666. Illuminati playing guard Trump. When we have the vaccines, we have the military all lined up, and the military is going to do it in a very powerful way. King of the vaccines. Direct quote from Donald Trump. Research Operation Warp Speed.
You're going to have... Are you overpromising when you say you're going to have 300 million doses?
Notice he's doing the Astroth hand sign, Trump.
Are you overpromising when you say you're going to have 300 million doses of vaccine?
No, I'm not overpromising. I don't know who said it, but whatever the maximum is, whatever you can humanly do, we're going to have. And we hope we're going to come up with a good vaccine.
and we hope we're going to come up with a good vaccine.
So he does a Freudian slip, saying weapon versus vaccine.
Vaccine, and we hope we're going to come up with a good vaccine.
I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines.
Incredibly well, 95%, maybe even more than that. It works incredibly well, and I would recommend it to a lot of people that don't want to get it, and a lot of those people voted for me, frankly.
Both the president and I are vaxxed, and did you get the booster?
Yes.
I got it too. Okay, so...
No.
Yep. And anybody pushing Trump, white hats, deep state, is controlled opposition. And you'll find them out there. They're the ones with all the high views, you know. Before It's News, website's a cesspool of these folks, you know, these Mason Zionists pushing all this BS, you know, X-22 report. Yeah. All bunch of, you know, liars from the pit. Trump, father of vaccines. Yep, mocking you with his venom. Yep, graphene oxide comparison within Pfizer vaccines. Meanwhile, you got Kanye here with Trump calling him dragon energy. You don't have to agree with Trump, but the mob can't make me not love him. We are both dragon energy. He is my brother. I love everyone. I don't agree with everything anyone does. That's what makes us individuals, and we have the right to independent thought. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool, says Donald Trump. Keeping in mind, Colby Covington, CC, Colby Covington, 33, the UFC champion that, you know, has the persona of, you know, make America great again. And anyway, after he won his alleged championship, he got a call from Trump, and he addressed Trump as dragon energy as well. I've done videos on all that. This is a tweet Trump sent out in 2020, then deleted it. My blood is the vaccine. Dragon energy. Meanwhile, you got Epstein here with Bill Gates. Yep. Bill Gates hanging out with Shabbat Lubavitch, Canaanite serpent seed race, running the show. You got Greta here with the black goo, graphene oxide, programmable matter. Symbolism, one-eyed symbolism. I mean, you know, you got the Pope here. Yep, shaking hands with this little serpent, little viper, while he's doing 666 hand gestures, just like Trump. Showing their allegiance to Lucifer in Israel. Devil horn signs. Trump, smoke and mirrors. Hanging out with Epstein. Yep. How soon people forget. Yep.
The Oklahoma governor, Kevin Stitt, in Israel today. The governor making this trip along with Texas Governor Greg Abbott to the war-torn nation.
KOCO's Kylie Thomas joining us live now from outside the state capitol. Kylie, this was a big stance from the governor today.
Yeah, Governor Stitt's office calling this trip a show of solidarity with Israel, along with an opportunity to talk future business. Now, both Governor Kevin Stitt and Texas Governor Greg Abbott traveled overseas to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. Governor Stitt posting pictures of the meeting online this morning.
Yep, and then, you know, all of a sudden they're all joining forces at this 2.5 mile stretch of the border. Yep, selling you a candy wrapped turd, you know, for the 2024 election. You know, what their ultimate goal is to create these alleged smart city safe zones to protect you from all these migrant invaders. And, you know, but in order to participate in these, you know, alleged smart safe havens, you have to give up your firearms, accept their black blood mind virus, human 2.0 clot shots, getting you simulating the AI hive mind, devouring your life essence, spirit, soul. Yep. So these smart cities are actually kill grids, but this is all aimed at that. Getting everybody out of the rural areas all into these smart cities, which are going to be led up by these clowns. Yep. Meanwhile, you got the clergy plan here, white genocide. We intend to turn Europe into a mixed race of Asians and Negroes through mass immigration. We'll replace the diversity of peoples instead of destroying European Jewry. Europe against its own will.
I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever. In the largest numbers ever.
An unrelenting stream of immigration.
In the largest numbers ever.
An unrelenting stream of immigration. Non-stop. Non-stop.
They're fork-tongued lizards, man. They serve the same masters. They're erasing all our history, white European history, replacing it with a bunch of false history. Yep. And they're using blacks, and Jews are using blacks and Islam as their broomstick, a proxy army to take out their public enemy number one, dominant white race that we've been battling them for centuries.
Espero que você tenha uma boa memória. Você lembra do que eu disse no começo? Na introdução desse documentário? Pois bem, agora o de lá, o Trump, vai ao seu público na internet e dizer a respeito, valorando, obviamente, positivamente, as aplicações nos ombrinhos dos cidadãos americanos, assim como o mesmo aqui no Brasil anos atrás veio ao seu público na mídia maldita brasileira, a boca de Satanás, uma das bocas de Satanás para dentro da sua casa, falar e valorar positivamente o plano dos shots no Brasil, no bracinho dos brasileiros. E, assim como lá, ele financiou estas aplicações. Aqui, com o poder da caneta, eles podem, os militares que não estão ao seu favor, eles podem forçar no bracinho também de você, brasileiro, gado em todo o resto do mundo. E oposição controlada é oposição controlada em todo lugar do mundo. Servo de Satanás é servo de Satanás em todo o mundo. Mentiroso, hipócrita, racista e tudo mais é um marionete dos senhores do mundo, é em todo lugar do mundo. E você vai ver isto agora.
This going on while the Hunter Biden laptop has now been exposed for exactly the crime scene that it is. And they're still going after Donald Trump, who wants to destroy the New World Order. I mean, I had Alex Newman on. He says, I know you would disagree about the shots and all that, but boy, he was taking a sledgehammer to the New World Order. He got us out of the Paris Climate Accord. He got us out of who?
Well, but wait a minute. He put $10 billion into a military program to depopulate Americans. Come on, Greg. I'm going to be a tough guy about this.
Do you think he was told the truth, though? I mean, Birx came out on Fox and said, I always knew the mRNA injections would not offer, much protection against infection. She came out and said that, and Neil Cavuto's like, you can Google this.
So if you look at the history of what is known, it takes 10 to 12 years to test out a vaccine to make sure it's safe. Everybody knows that. Come on. So... No,
you actually think Donald Trump actually knew, hey, we're going to depopulate and murder off a bunch of people? I don't. I think he was lied to, and he missed this. He knows now. He knows now.
If there was one person who understood how dangerous vaccines are that was in political life, it was Donald Trump, because this was a big issue during the campaign, and he made a big issue about, the dangers of vaccines. So he knows.
So you think he knew ahead of time? You think he knew go into it that we're going to depopulate people? See, I just don't believe that. I think he knows now. I think he definitely knows now, which he should. Which I'm pissed that he's not coming out.
So
stopping
I'm just going to be a tough guy because okay. I knew the injection program stunk. I knew it was dangerous, and I knew there were different nefarious agendas that could go on. And I said to people, as soon as the virus started, or as soon as they claimed there was a virus, because I think it was more than one thing going on, I said, don't worry about COVID. Worry about the injection. Don't take the injection, whatever you do. So if I knew that in March 2020, I'm sure Trump knew that. So no, $10 billion. He put in charge of Operation Warp Speed someone who's, was head of research at a pharmaceutical company, and his his expertise was on brain-machine interface. Come on, Greg. Here's the problem. Trump, you can say Trump, was on board for a depopulation, or Trump got rolled. Either one is not a very good case to be made that he ought to be president.
Wow. I just can't believe that he would say, sure, let's kill millions of people. I just have a hard time believing that, especially when Burks writes a book.
But go back, then you're saying he's incompetent. Because if I knew what I knew, don't tell me I knew more than Trump. I just don't buy that.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, that's depressing, because
you got to hold people accountable. You got to tell the truth, and you got to hold people accountable. That's the only way out of this.
And Biden is a big, fat, huge, smoking, steaming bag of crap.
Here's the thing. The president is not running the situation. The president is not in charge. That's what you got to understand. And, I keep talking
about...
Explain
that. The president's not... Please, so we explain that. Well, he's the president. Why isn't he in charge? But explain why...
What happened in 1963? What happened in November 1963?
Well, Kennedy was shot in the head.
Well, the U.S. intelligence agencies and military and establishment got together and killed the president, right?
That's right.
And who controls the Secret Service, right? It's the Secretary of the Treasury and the people who run the country. So the deep state controls the Secret Service, and their guns point out and their guns point in. So, the president, in a highly centralized system, the president has very little power. Now, I've told you the red button story many, many times, but the moral of the story of the red button story, if you go to Solari or you go on the web, you can do a search for the red button story in my name and you'll pull it right up. But essentially what it says, everybody in America wants their check. And the way they get their check is to borrow more money and print more money. And so you've had a lot of popular support for the financial coup. And the reason is everybody wants their check. Now, you put the president in charge, you hit the population with massive amounts of propaganda, disinformation, entrainment. Suddenly they're screaming they want a vaccine, right? And you're Trump, and you feel cornered and squeezed by the fact that everybody wants their check. And the only way you can get their check is to be nice to the deep state and the central bankers. And the only way you can make them happy is to give them whatever the entrainment and TV has persuaded them they want.
Do you think that he art of the deal this thing, and he had a trade-off? And the trade-off was, well, you get your check, but some of you are going to die.
You know something? I have no idea what was going on. And I don't care. Because you had the president roll out something that in March 2020, I was sure was going to harm and kill millions of Americans. And he either has two reasons for doing it. He's incompetent, or he is breaking the law. Which do you want? I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't say. But I know what I knew, and I know what I hold him responsible to know, and I know what he did. And I know what I would have done. I would never, I would have taken a bullet in the head before I would implement a culling of the American population.
Of course, we have to lay some blame squarely at Biden's. You have vax or job and mandates and forcing this shit, which Trump wouldn't have done. That's what he says anyway. And
right, but let's back up, because
pure evil.
We're not talking about, we're talking around in a box where there are no solutions. And we have to go to where we can get power and implement real solutions. So just remember, I just want to make this clear. In October 2019, when everybody in America was being entertained by the teenage sex life of the Supreme Court nominee Kavanaugh, the House, the Senate, and the White House, Democrat and Republican, both sides of the aisle, got together and approved Statement 56 of the Federal Accounting Advisory or Standards Advisory Board, which said that they could keep secret books. That was everybody together. Okay? So there is no right versus left. There is no Trump versus Biden. There is a machine in control of a spending machine that is financed with our taxes and debt borrowed in our name that is being sold into our pension funds and into our retirement accounts. There is that machine, and that machine, to keep balancing the books, is implementing a depopulation plan. That is the reality that has to be faced, and changing the president won't matter.
In terms of big pharma, which is a huge topic on the minds of mothers, especially. You're seeing what's happening at these school board meetings. Where do you stand on these vaccine mandates? And obviously, I know that you are pro-vaccine. Obviously, you did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know where you stand on the vaccine.
It was one of the greatest achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
To be able to do that. Yeah, but now it's taken a twist, right? It's gotten, now we went from, this is a good thing and people should have this option, to military men, you're going to have to resign because you're not getting this vaccine. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I stand on, forget about the mandates, that people have to have their freedom, but at the same time, the vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. We would have had in 1917, remember the Spanish flu, killed perhaps 100 million people. Actually, it ended the First World War because the soldiers were so, a lot of people don't know that. The soldiers got so sick. It was a terrible thing. There were no vaccines. There was no anything. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines. All are very, very good. Came up with 3 of them in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years.
And yet more people have died under COVID this year, by the way, under Joe Biden, than under you. And more people took the vaccine this year. So people are questioning how...
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but some people aren't taking it. The ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine. But it's still their choice. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying when they take the vaccine.
What about the masking of children? That's a big one for moms right now.
I think it's a terrible thing.
That flies in the face of science. The kids have a virtual 0% chance of dying of COVID, and yet they're insisting on these vaccine mandates. I mean, I'm sorry, on these masking mandates, and now even the vaccine mandates for small children. And what's going on there?
I think what's happening is you look at the masks where Fauci and a lot of other people said masks don't mean anything. All of a sudden he becomes a radical masker. Crazy. I don't like to see the kids with the masks on. They're sitting in school. They have a hard enough time sitting in school.
Looks like China. I've been to China.
Well, and yet China's education system's a hell of a lot better than ours. You know what? They're rated number 2 or 3, and we're rated number 44.
But masking children, I mean,
it's bad.
The way it looks, right? It doesn't look like a free country.
I'm against it.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. And I think that your supporters will be really glad to hear that, because no one really kind of got a clear understanding of, hey,
I think
vaccine's great, but people should have a right to choose.
I'm so proud of what we did with the vaccine, but it shouldn't be mandated, and it just shouldn't be. And the other thing is, a lot of people that get it, you had it. Did you get COVID?
No.
You didn't get it?
Doesn't like me.
Did you have the vaccine?
No. Doesn't like me. And I've been all around the world. I don't know. I think they should study me. They should study me.
They're afraid
doesn't
of
like
you.
me.
It's a scary thing, but it's afraid of you.
My husband had it, though.
Yeah, but now your husband is now essentially immune. He's got a protection.
They won't even talk
They won't
about
they won't give credit to people that had it that aren't going to catch it a second time. It's a very strong form of immunity. So they're crazy.
Well, here's talk about corruption. I mean, you're a businessman. Imagine I make a product and then you mandate that every single person has to buy my product. And this is why people are wondering, is there a little bit of corruption going on here at the top?
Well, this is worse because it's going into your system.
Right.
So this isn't just a product. This is a product that's going into your system. And some people don't agree with it, and some people have religious problems, and they have a lot of other things.
You've always respected the religious.
I totally do, and I totally respect somebody saying we don't want to take it. And we have a massive, we will soon have a massive amount of immunity, including the people that got it. But the mandates are killing our economy. If you look about what's going on with our economy and jobs, where the jobs are so few right now, I mean, the numbers are terrible because a lot of people can't go to work. They don't want to go to work. They can't. They can't because people won't take them because of the mandate. No, the mandate's bad for a lot of
the
different
military.
reasons.
I mean, can you imagine where these are great individuals
And
that
people
we
are
want
leaving.
defending us,
Yeah.
and they're leaving. We should
They're
never.
leaving.
I feel like our country is being left defenseless, and it's a scary,
It's a very
scary
bad thing. Now it's changing. I'll tell you. I've never seen anything like it. The last week or so, they're saying, "All right, we're going to take the mandates off." You know, it's very interesting because they're losing all of these incredible people. They're just not willing to do the work. Now, you have to understand, I'm a big fan of the vaccine. I'm not going to give that up. That's a great achievement. That's millions and millions of lives I saved, okay? You know, it's very interesting where Biden said anybody that lost that many lives should resign. Well, now he's lost more lives, so his statement was sort of an incredible statement.
Speaking of Joe Biden, who I think has been a gift to you in many ways.
India is doing so well. India is being decimated right now. We did a great job on that. The ventilators, the equipment that we got, the cupboards were all bare, everything that we did. And then we developed a vaccine, 3 vaccines in 3 months, in 9 months. And actually, I'll tell you, it was 3 days less than 9 months. And it's great. And you know what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You got to do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But no, that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedoms. But I happen to take the vaccine. If it doesn't work, you'll be the first to know, okay? I'll call up Alabama. I'll say, hey, you know what? But it is working. But you do have your freedoms. You have to maintain that. You have to maintain that. And you got to get your kids back to school. And the mask issue is interesting because Fauci said masks are bad, and now he's a radical masker. Now he wants you to wear 15 different masks at one time. I don't know. He also told me he was a great athlete. Then I saw him throw out a pitch at the baseball. I used to be a great athlete, sir. You did? Really? Oh, that's good. Then I watched him on television. That's not an athlete.
Now, I know you said, and I completely agree with you, that it's the right of every American to decide if they want to be vaccinated or not. But do you think we should require healthcare workers who are exposed to patients to be vaccinated?
Well, I think we should certainly try and convince them. Look, I'm a big fan of the vaccine. I was the one that got it done in record time, less than 9 months. Everyone said it would take 3 years, 5 years. And it's why people are getting better now. We not only did that, we also ordered billions of dollars worth of it before we even knew if it worked. And that was one of the best bets ever made because they wouldn't have their vaccinations yet. But I think having workers, at least convincing them to try and do it because, you know, I believe in the freedom. I believe in all of that. But the vaccine really has been unbelievably effective, and it's saving this country. It's saving the world. So, yeah, I mean, it's something that hopefully you could convince people to do it. Keeping always freedom in mind, but convince people to do it.
I have really good news. Today, our nation has achieved a medical miracle. We have delivered a safe and effective vaccine in just 9 months. This is one of the greatest scientific accomplishments in history. It will save millions of lives and soon end the pandemic once and for all. I am thrilled to report that the FDA has authorized the Pfizer vaccine. We have given Pfizer and other companies a great deal of money, hoping this would be the outcome, and it was. On behalf of the American people, I'd like to thank all of the brilliant scientists, technicians, doctors, and workers who made this all possible. Pfizer and Moderna have announced their vaccine is approximately 95% effective, far exceeding expectations. These vaccines are also very safe. American citizens participated in clinical trials that were far larger than normal and had no serious side effects. The dedicated and independent experts at the FDA meticulously studied the results of the trials, and it has now passed the gold standard of safety. Through Operation Warp Speed, my administration provided a total of $14 billion to accelerate vaccine development and to manufacture all of the top candidates in advance. This included a nearly $2 billion investment in Pfizer to produce 100 million doses of their vaccine, with an option to produce 500 million additional doses. And I'm proud to say that we have made sure that this vaccine will be free for all Americans. Through our partnership with FedEx and UPS, we have already begun shipping the vaccine to every state and zip code in the country. The first vaccine will be administered in less than 24 hours. The governors decide where the vaccines will go in their state and who will get them first. We want our senior citizens, healthcare workers, and first responders to be first in line. This will quickly and dramatically reduce deaths and hospitalizations. When the China virus invaded our shores, I promised that we would produce a vaccine in record time before the end of the year. They said it couldn't be done, but with today's announcement, we have now achieved that goal. The United States is the first nation in the world to produce a verifiably safe and effective vaccine. Today's achievement is a reminder of America's unlimited potential when we have the will and the courage to pursue ambitious goals. As I've said from the beginning, a vaccine will vanquish the virus and return life back to normal. The pandemic may have begun in China, but we are ending it right here in America. Operation Warp Speed is the greatest medical manufacturing endeavor in American history. We are deeply grateful to every person who has worked round the clock on this monumental national project to save lives. Thank you all for your tremendous gifts to humanity. God bless you, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. Thank you.
Como diria, uma frase que uma certa vez vi neste mundão chamado internet: o maior inimigo de um mentiroso é a sua memória. Será que isso faz sentido? De fato, no mundo real? Bem, é isso que você vai ver agora.
One of the things people love about you is they believe you tell it like it is.
Says it like it is. He speaks the truth.
It's about time we have a man like Trump in here. They ain't afraid to tell it like it is, man.
We like him. He tells it like it is.
He says what he means. I honestly believe he's telling the truth.
She has no natural talent to be president.
She's very talented, and she has a husband that I also like very much.
Hillary Clinton was the worst Secretary of State in the history of the United States.
Hillary Clinton, how did she do as Secretary of State? Probably above and beyond everybody else.
Let's say Hillary is president.
Hillary Clinton, I think, is a terrific woman. I think she really works hard, and I think she does a good job, and I like her. I will build the wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it, and they'll be happy to pay for it.
I'm not going to pay for that fucking wall.
This guy used a filthy, disgusting word on television, and he should be ashamed of himself, and he should apologize, okay?
Listen, you motherfuckers.
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them. We'll beat the shit out of them.
Political bullshit.
You're not gonna raise that fucking price, you understand?
Donald, true or false, you've said the government should pay for everyone's health care.
That's false.
You've never said that.
Everybody's got to be covered.
Universal health care.
I am going to take care of everybody.
Who pays for it?
The government's going to pay for it, but we're going to save so much money on the other side. He said I was in favor of Libya. I never discussed that subject. I was in favor of Libya. We would be so much better off if Gaddafi were in charge right now.
Gaddafi in Libya is killing thousands of people. We should go in. We should stop this guy, which would be very easy and very quick. Stop him from doing it and save these lives.
They're here illegally. You take them, they have to go back.
We have to show some compassion.
Right.
We just can't throw everybody out.
They have
So
to
you're going to
come
split up
illegally.
families.
Chuck,
You're going to deport children.
Chuck, no. We're going to keep the families together. We have to keep the families together.
But you're going to keep
But
them
they have
together
to
out.
go. But they have to go.
How do you throw somebody out that's lived in this country for 20 years?
North Korea has nukes. Japan has a problem with that. I mean, they have a big problem with it. Maybe they would, in fact, be better off if they defend themselves from North Korea. Maybe we would be better off, including with nukes. Yes, including with nukes.
They said, I want Japan to nuke. I want Japan to get nuclear weapons. Give me a break.
But if you say to Japan, yes, it's fine, you get nuclear weapons, South Korea, you as well, and Saudi Arabia says we want them too.
Can I be honest with you? It's going to happen anyway. So it's only a question of time. I'm a conservative person. The Republicans are just too crazy right. I mean, just what's going on is just nuts.
Bush says, I do not believe he's a true conservative. These people are stupid.
Do you identify more as a Democrat or a Republican?
In many cases, I probably identify more as a Democrat. The economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans. I don't know anything about David Duke, okay? I don't know anything about what you're even talking about with white supremacy or white supremacists.
What do you see as the biggest problem with the Reform Party right now?
Well, you've got David Duke just joined, a bigot, a racist, a problem. I mean, this is not exactly the people you want in your party. Wages too high. We're not going to be able to compete against the world. I hate to say it, but we have to leave it the way it is. I don't know how people make it on $7.25 an hour. I would like to see an increase of some magnitude.
Do you believe voters have a right to see your tax returns before they make a final decision?
I don't think they do.
If I decide to run for office, I'll produce my tax returns, absolutely.
There have been many presidents that have not shown their tax returns.
Actually, every single nominee since 1976 has released their tax
before
returns.
1976.
Nobody was worse to women or abused women more than Bill Clinton.
Look at the trouble Bill Clinton got into with something that was totally unimportant.
She's married to a man who got impeached.
They tried to impeach him, which was nonsense.
He was impeached for lying.
I'm the only one on the stage that said we should not go into Iraq.
Are you for invading Iraq?
Yeah, I guess so. You know, I wish it was. I wish the first time it was done correctly.
Honesty. Carter once said, "I'll never lie to you." Would you say that? The American people?
I would never lie.
When I'm president, I'm a different person. I can do anything. I can be the most politically correct person that you've ever seen. I can be the most politically correct person in the world. And I can be the opposite. The president has to be a great leader, and you have to lead by example.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? Like to punch him in the face.
I'd look her right in that fat, ugly face of hers.
Blood coming out of her, wherever.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay?
I don't know what I said. This guy will say anything. Clinton wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Just remember that. We're not talking about change it. She wants to abolish the Second Amendment. So we're not going to let that happen. I can tell you that right now. We're going to preserve it. We're going to cherish it. We're going to take care of it. Okay? They'll take away your Second Amendment, which we will never allow to happen. They'll take away your Second Amendment. Our Second Amendment protected.
We have to protect our Second Amendment, which is under siege. We're going to do strong background checks. We're going to work on getting the age up to 21 instead of 18. We're getting rid of the bump stocks, and we're going to be focusing.
There's just been another massacre in Virginia Beach where the shooter used a silencer. Yeah. What is your view of silencers? Would you like to see those banned?
Well, I'd like to think about it. I mean, nobody's talked about silencers very much. They did talk about the bump stock, and we had it banned, and we're looking at that. I'm going to, seriously look at it.
Would you like to see those banned?
I'm going to, seriously look at it. We must make sure that those judged to pose a grave risk to public safety do not have access to firearms, and that if they do, those firearms can be taken through rapid due process. That is why I have called for red flag laws, also known as extreme risk protection orders. So long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Some really fine people, the Republicans, and then with a very dishonest person, crooked Hillary Clinton. It is amazing how you can delete 33,000 emails after getting a subpoena from the United States Congress. Here's the thing. It's crooked Hillary Clinton Oh, she's as crooked as they come, folks. Just take a look. She's as crooked as they come. I don't care. See, I can say things. I don't care.
Hillary Clinton wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Just remember. I wanted to say, because I was very honored, very, very honored, when I heard that President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton was coming today. And I think it's appropriate to say, and I'd like you to stand up. And honestly, there's nothing more I can say, because I have a lot of respect for those two people. So thank you all for being here.
With nations who openly cut interest rates so that now many are actually getting paid when they pay off their loan, known as negative interest. Who ever heard of such a thing? Give me some of that. Give me some of that money. I want some of that money. Our Federal Reserve doesn't let us do it.
So that's fantastic. But I want to thank Republicans and Democrats for coming together, setting aside their differences, and putting America first. Now, I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor. $6.2 trillion. I've never signed anything with a T on it.
Give me some of that.
I don't know if I can handle this.
Give me some of that money. I want some of that money.
We can't chicken out at this point. I don't think so, huh? All right. Thank you all. And we're all dealing together. We all want the same thing. We're all good people. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, doesn't make any difference. We're going to get along. So that's fantastic. But I want to thank Republicans and Democrats for coming together, setting aside their differences, and putting America first.
2 years old, 2.5 years old, a child, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine and came back, and a week later got a tremendous fever, got very, very sick, now is autistic. They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shot.
Gavi operates with great transparency, and Boris Johnson is somebody with tremendous respect for you and everything you do. He called, he said, "You think you could do something maybe around the Oval Office or right by the Oval Office?" I said, "Why not?" It happens to be right behind me. As the coronavirus has shown, there are no borders. It doesn't discriminate. It's mean, it's nasty, but we're going to all take care of it together. It's great to be partnering with you. We will work hard. We will work strong. Send my regards to Boris, and good luck. Let's get have a vaccine by the end of the year. We're doing very well with the vaccine. And I will tell you something. I just literally left a meeting. We're mobilizing our military and other forces, but we're mobilizing our military on the basis that we do have a vaccine. You know, it's a massive job to give this vaccine. Our military is now being mobilized. So at the end of the year, we're going to be able to give it to a lot of people very, very rapidly.
For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars in areas and countries that you never even heard of, and defending foreign borders. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA where they belong. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars in areas and countries that you never even heard of, and defending foreign borders. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA where they belong.
É bem provável que este documentário esteja saindo para você bem depois ou logo após as seleções presidenciais lá nos Estados Unidos já ter finalizado e definido quem é o candidato apoiado, financiado, orquestrado, feito de marionete, feito de cadelinha lá nos Estados Unidos. Mas é bom retroagir e ver que nos debates é muito teatro e muita palhaçada. Um levanta a bola pro outro bater. sim, pode ser uma estratégia de debate para se sobressair ao outro candidato. Mas a você que sabe como funcionam as coisas, assim como o futebol é uma farsa, as seleções também são. Não existe eleição ou quem está disputando quem. É só você ver a vergonha que foi no Brasil com aqueles amadores. Agora, os dois que estão acostumados a mentir bem mais do que esses amadores políticos brasileiros, esses sim, tem que... Aqui, esses amadores brasileiros têm que sentar o bumbum na TV e assistir a esses programas, a essas propagandas que fazem dos dois lados do sistema, se é que existem lados, se degladiando e feito a palhaçada que foi o debate. Bem, fique com essa comparação, fique com essa explicação em vídeo que você entenderá muito mais do que eu estou explicando aqui.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the latest in the 2024 sci-fi horror clown show. We've got synthetic brains, futuristic prisons where memories are implanted into your brain, and our favorite, the good old illegal government surveillance. Dust off your safety goggles and mask up, folks, because the DICs are on to their next trick. That's right, the disaster inventing clowns, aka the demons in charge, are on to their next. POV, you trying to enjoy your dinner while the world around you turns into an endless parade of emergencies, explosions, chaotic news stories, World War III, pandemics, and yes, even aliens. Can a person not just savor their GMO-infused meal under this HARP-controlled weather in peace? Seriously, is that too much to ask? Welcome to absolute chaos, where the political theater is in full swing. The cringe fest known as the Joe Biden vs. Trump debate just happened, and it was more awkward than ever. More cringe than AOC coming out doing this before her speech. Look at her trying to rile the people up. What the hell is this? And why is she acting like a deranged loony? But what more can you expect from the cringe left? Now back to the Biden versus Trump debate. Ask yourself this. Was it designed to be this way? Are they pushing you to pick a side? And why did they stage this debate at the start of summer instead of the usual fall showdown? One side meant to be weak and feeble on purpose, so people have no choice but to vote for Trump. The DICs need Trump in 2025. That's what it looks like. Someone who can gain the public's trust to usher in a digital slavery state, all under the guise of patriotism. Now come get your digital freedom ID and accept the Trump coin. And of course, Operation Warp Speed 2.0 for bird flu shots. We're making America great again. We all know when the media work in lockstep to push an agenda, there's clearly a sinister plot behind it. The leftist fake legacy news media immediately came out after the debate repeating the same thing. Biden was terrible. This was the worst debate in history. Why is this? Are they trying to get someone else in at the last minute maybe? Faggot Newsom? Michelle Big Mike Obama? I mean, the mainstream news has such a hold over people's minds, they could have easily just went with Biden just humiliated Trump. This was the greatest debate ever. Biden is such a great eloquent speaker. But they didn't. They threw Biden under the bus on purpose. Even the banners I was seeing leading up to the debate looked like this. Trump in a confident stance, chin up, looking down at his opponent. They tried making him look like alpha male of the century, while they used a picture of Biden looking like an old, senile, feeble man. Why is that? I mean, they do have Photoshop. Why not just Photoshop Biden to look like a badass? Nope, they didn't. They didn't decide to do that. They want him to look bad, people. This theater is getting ridiculous. This whole controlled opposition, bread and circus act is designed to keep us distracted while they steer us toward the same end game. Whether it's Trump or Biden, the path leads to the same destination. A digitally enslaved population under constant surveillance, masked as patriotism and progress. I really wonder what their plans are next year because there's no way they thought Biden would actually do well. They knew it would be humiliating and they sent him out there anyway. Jill Biden, talking to Joe like he's legit a 5-year-old.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do?
Since when do presidential candidates get participation trophies for answering questions? Just look at this man's face right here, people. This is elderly abuse. Jill just exposed the fact they weren't even expecting Joe to answer questions. She was in shock he actually had the mental capacity to mumble the same debunked talking points. She congratulated him for answering questions. I mean, how pathetic. Fun fact, both Trump and Biden came out using the same wording about green cards and diplomas. Check this out.
But what I want to do and what I will do is you graduate from a college, I think you should get automatically as part of your diploma a green card to be able to stay in this country. And that includes junior colleges too. Anybody graduates from a college, you go in there for 2 years or 4 years. If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country.
Folks, it makes absolutely no sense, by the way, that we send home 40,000 engineers and scientists who earn a PhD in our university every year, and we send them back home. We should be stapling a green card to each and every one of those degrees as they walk across the stage.
There you have it. Many videos of them repeating the exact same talking points as if they're reading off a script. Make of this what you will, but we know there's the same puppet master behind the scenes with their hand up both of their behinds, and they are in full control here.
We have to do it. We have to get them to love Israel more. They don't love Israel enough. You know that.
But let me know what you guys think. Is this political theater, or is Trump going to take down the NWO by himself? Well, what are the next steps here? Because clearly they got a few more steps in this depopulation agenda they're going to pull, and we're seeing it take place. While many are distracted, we're seeing stuff like this on Forbes. Here's why COVID measures like masking and new ones like safety goggles could return if a bird flu pandemic is declared. Just a show of hands, how many of you will be wearing safety goggles if you were told to? Safety goggles, people. Just imagine that. Just as you thought it was safe to breathe freely again, the powers that be are conjuring up new ways to turn your daily lives into a real sci-fi horror show. This time, they're dusting off the good old COVID playbook and adding a fresh new twist with safety goggles. That's right, you heard that right. If a bird flu pandemic hits, you can't make this stuff up, people. Here's the lowdown. Experts are getting jittery about the H5N1 avian flu, which they say has been wreaking havoc among the bird populations and even making occasional jumps to mammals and humans. That's right, a virus so deadly, so infectious and transmissible, it can mutate into infinite new strains and hop from chickens to sea lions. That's right, a sea lion in the Antarctic, and now it's camel flu and three-toed sloth viruses, people. And if you think all of that was bad enough, you haven't seen nothing yet. Bird flu ain't ish, baby. Camel flu, schmammal flu. That ain't nothing. Wait till you get a load of this. Health officials panic as human cases of deadly three-toed sloth virus explode. Oh no, the evil sloths are coming. The Zika-like virus found in sloths is spreading to humans as scientists fear it has the potential to be the next big outbreak that could overwhelm the stretched healthcare system. Oh my God. They want us really afraid of animals. Clearly, that's a part of the 2030 agenda. Stay in your cage, virtual reality headset on. Don't go outside. Everything can kill you. The evil sloths, the evil rabbits, the deer, the zombie virus. I mean, it's just endless. They wanted us scared of bunnies. They're saying that there's a bunny virus going around. They're saying alpacas have bird flu now. And the demons in charge just don't stop. Now it's sloths. Okay, when you catch this virus, you start hanging from trees and start moving ever so slowly. Some of you already caught the sloth virus, okay? I see some of you out there. By the way, you walk and drive a car. You already caught the damn sloth virus. A deadly virus found in three-toed sloths is spreading to humans at an alarming rate. Look at how they try scaring you of this. Sorry, but sloths are too cute to be scared of. They're saying the cases have been recorded in Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, and even across the ocean in Cuba. Oh no, it's spreading. And it's spread through midges and mosquitoes from sloths. Could be the next to spark a big outbreak in South America. Oh no. Oh, we're all dead. Dengue. Similar symptoms to dengue include a headache, body pains, nausea, a rash, but the virus could also attack the brain. Yeah, that's quite terrifying, right? What next? What are they going to blame next? Just unbelievable. With the bird flu already being described as an ecological disaster, the mere thought of it mutating to spread more easily among humans has health officials in a frenzy. Enter the CDC and their trusty toolkit of pandemic measures. They're considering a revival of masking and introducing the newest accessory for your pandemic wardrobe: safety goggles, because apparently nothing says protected like looking like you're about to dive into a pool or weld some metal. And this plan, they say, is to prevent those evil little viral particles from infecting you through your eyes. Who knew your eyeballs were such a prime real estate for these pathogens too? And don't worry, you can see where this is going, right? Remember those virtual reality headsets / air filters people had on? Just throw on some headphones too and have all your senses covered. After all, viruses can go in your ears, eyes, and mouths, you know. And don't worry, the One Health approach is back with a vengeance, emphasizing global collaborations between countries, sectors, and even farms to prevent this potential nightmare. The same farms that might be paid up to $28,000 to let health officials monitor their livestock for signs of the flu. This is insane. Remember when they paid doctors to basically kill off their patients with ventilators and remdesivir? Well, now they're going to start paying farm workers to slaughter their cattle and livestock. That's right, people. A bizarre twist of reality that keeps on giving. If you thought cloth masks were absolutely ridiculous, wait till you see the safety goggles coming in. Imagine this, being in a store where everyone is wearing safety goggles. They might as well walk around like the bubble boy. Remember that? This is the future, folks. Walking around in your own giant bubble. Strap on your safety goggles, folks. It's going to get dangerous out here, okay? This is clearly the latest trend in governmental overreach and fashionable health paranoia. The DICs let you know who's behind it too, always, okay? Check this out. Canada's Public Health Agency admits it tracked 33 million mobile devices during lockdown. The Public Health Agency of Canada accessed data such as cell tower location to monitor people's activity during lockdown, it said. This week on Oh No They Didn't, government admits it was spying on people. I know, right? Shocking. They even hit you with the number 33 too, because it's official. Your phone is the government's best friend, okay? The biggest snitch of them all. Oh, Canada, the land of maple syrup, politeness, and the most sheeples on earth. And wait for it, mass surveillance, zero privacy, and total enslavement. How great, our home and native land. Now, many of us already knew this, but for those that don't, it turns out that Canada, during the lockdown, Canada's Public Health Agency was on some all-seeing eye type-ish. Big Brother, aka Public Health Agency, was tracking 33 million mobile devices. That's right, while you were locked down and doom scrolling online and trying to figure out how Zoom works, the government was busy playing a high-tech game of Where's Waldo with your phone. How did this all go down? Under the guise of public health, of course. PHAC quietly monitored your movements. Their insane excuse was they just wanted to see if people were following lockdown rules, just committing crimes against humanity and invading your privacy for public health, for the greater good. It was an emergency, they said. Same thing every time. This isn't the first time a government has used a crisis to slip in a few more chains around our ankles. Remember the Patriot Act? After 9/11, the US government decided that the best way to protect freedom was to limit it. They sold it to us as a temporary measure, but here we are, decades later, still trying to find that temporary part. And let's not forget about the financial crisis of 2008. The solution? Bail out banks and introduce more regulations, because apparently saving the folks who caused the mess was the best way to fix it. The never-ending Hegelian dialectic cycle. It's almost like there's a playbook. Create or capitalize on an emergency, tell the public it's for their own good, introduce measures that conveniently increase control, then never really roll them back. By tracking 33 million devices, the Public Health Agency of Canada claimed they were just trying to help us stay safe. Can you believe these scumbags? Isn't it interesting how these temporary measures tend to stick around forever? What's next? Mandatory tracking apps for all citizens? Oh wait, we're already there with digital IDs and biometric data collection. Prepare for more future manufactured emergencies and more control. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to see where this is going, okay? Future emergencies will justify even more invasive measures. Climate change, you better track your carbon footprint. Financial instability, time for a digital currency we can control. Health scares, let's just implant that Bill Gates funded tracker directly onto your skin. Do you see what's happening? Do you see what the end game looks like? The next time you hear about a new emergency and the subsequent measures to protect you, remember the pattern. Governments have a long history of using crises to expand their power. And as they track your every move, just smile for the cameras and remember, they're only watching you for your own good. Okay, so relax. If you don't, they will lower your social credit score, okay? Remember when they closed all the gyms but kept McDonald's open because they cared about your health? Remember that? Oh, it's about to get more ridiculous. Never underestimate militarized propaganda. People will walk around in full-blown hazmat suits if the propaganda is severe enough. Well, the demons in charge are back at it. I can't believe this. When I saw this post, I actually laughed out loud. Bird flu vaccines are being manufactured by the millions. So many reports of them flying in all these brand new death shots for the masses. In other words, they're taking those old COVID vaccines they wanted to throw out because no one wanted them anymore, and they're slapping a new bird flu label on it. Come and get your new and improved poison death shot. This time for the scary bird flu bug. Check out this video right here leaked of Billy the Baphomet Gates.
Because he was considering a commission to look in.
This is Bill Gates talking about Donald Trump, having meetings with Donald Trump and going over vaccines such as HIV vaccines, bird flu vaccines, and more death shots for all. Listen to what he says here.
Into ill effects of vaccines, and somebody, his name is Robert Kennedy Jr., was advising him that vaccines were causing bad things, and I said, no, that's a dead end. That would be a bad thing. Don't do that. Both times he wanted to know if there was a difference between HIV and HPV, so I was able to explain that those are rarely confused with each other. In energy, in health, in education, you know, pick things you want to do that are big. HIV vaccine, you could, you know, accelerate that. Be associated with innovation. And then the second time I saw him was the March after that, so March 2017 in the White House. In both of those two meetings, he asked me if vaccines weren't a bad thing, because he was considering a commission to look into ill effects of vaccines, and somebody, his name is Robert Kennedy Jr., was advising him that vaccines were causing bad things, and I said, no, that's a dead end. That would be a bad thing. Don't do that. Both times he wanted to know if there was a difference between HIV and HPV, so I was able to explain that those are rarely confused with each other.
Thanks, medical health expert Bill Gates. Bill Gates talking about his meeting with Donald Trump, discussing vaccines, and even discussing accelerating HIV vaccines. That's interesting. They're saying Trump wants to set up a vaccine safety commission, collecting more data about the health risks of vaccines. What could this be? Another psyop? Convincing the people Donald Trump is looking into the vaccine injuries as if millions haven't been killed by the death shots already? It's absolutely absurd. This is clearly trying to make a certain sect of his fan base happy. Today on Well Ain't That Some Shit, Portugal back in 2021 had the highest COVID-19 vaccination rate in the world. Fast forward 3 years. In 2024, Portugal registers highest level of excess deaths in Europe. It's kind of funny how they expect you to believe there's no connection here whatsoever. Oh, don't worry, calm down, folks. We're setting up a vaccine safety commission, so we'll figure it out in another 10 years or so. Fun fact here by Peter Sweden. Bill Gates is behind 88% of philanthropic donations to the WHO. Bill Gates has also donated $319 million to the mainstream media. Bill Gates just so happened to invest $55 million in BioNTech just 2 months before COVID COVID started. That's right, always has a solution before the apparent random 1 in 100 year pandemic took place. Now he's spending billions on bird flu vaccines. And get this, right on time. Hold on to your safety goggles, people, because Finland is about to roll out bird flu vaccinations in welfare areas faster than you can say depopulation agenda. The Finnish Institute of Health and Welfare, THL, has teamed up with the food agency to pinpoint who gets to join this exclusive club of vaccine recipients. So who made the cut here? Anyone over 18 with a job or lifestyle that puts them in the bird flu danger zone, they say. They are the main priority for the death shot. Think of it as a VIP list for avoiding bird flu at your local chicken coop or a one-way ticket to hell. You decide. With 20,000 doses ready, thanks to an EU shopping spree, Finland is prepped to jab 10,000 people twice because nothing says preparedness like doubling down on poison death shot doses. Okay, this is clearly a reaction to the low vaccination rates. They're trying anything to get more people out of here. The grand plan here isn't just to keep folks from catching the bird flu and getting seriously ill. No, the aim is also to block the unholy alliance of bird flu and seasonal flu from creating some super virus. That's right, this is what they're saying now. This is what they're trying to push here. They say that the Finnish Institute for Health emphasizes the importance of bird flu vaccinations to prevent a scenario where the bird flu virus and the seasonal flu virus infect humans simultaneously. This situation could enable the emergence of a new type of virus, which is why they say they are keen on vaccinating those at higher risk to prevent such a development. How perfect is that? The same time Moderna and Pfizer is putting out their 3-in-1 poison death shots, that's right, universal vaccines that cure you of multiple viruses. The same time that's taking place, the media is also scaring people about multiple viruses that could merge into one. It's just funny how they always have a solution ready for their future emergency. And get this, they're racing to vaccinate the older folks in Finland, even though they say not a single human in Finland has caught the bird flu yet. Last year was like a scene from an avian apocalypse with mass bird die-offs and fur farms hit hard. This year, it's been quieter on the bird flu front, but with just one case popping up in wild birds. Yet they want to vaccinate every man, woman, and child just for preventative purposes. Kobe had a funny tweet right here. Instead of killing millions of chickens because of bird flu, can't we just lock them down in a barn for 2 weeks to flatten the curve? That was a pretty hilarious tweet, I must say, because if you look into it and really dissect that tweet, it's darker than most people realize. The controllers do treat chickens just as they would humans. They claim these chickens caught an imaginary virus, so they need to slaughter millions. The controllers treat humans just like those chickens. They have no remorse for any life on this planet. They can easily slaughter chickens by the millions without them knowing, but with humans, they need a more strategic approach, okay? Vaccines are the perfect tool to reduce the human population discreetly without anyone noticing. This way, both chickens and humans are depopulated to achieve an evil futuristic utopia with 15-minute cities and mass depopulation. The end goal being a world where the elites rule off-grid while the rest of humanity is enslaved by nonsensical rules enforced by AI, all under the guise of environmentalism. Endless pandemics either created or exaggerated to push endless mass vaccination campaigns, not for public health, but for population control and to keep the humans that are left docile and submissive. More virus propaganda. Lie after lie after lie. Check this out on Time Magazine. This is kind of funny. Same fear, different year. Time Magazine in 2003. SARS, 2004. Bird flu, 2005. Avian flu. 2009, I believe that was swine flu. H1N1, 2009. 2014, chasing Ebola. 2016, the Zika virus. Endless. And of course, 2020, the big Hollywood blockbuster of the COVID pandemic. Just endless. Another fear psyop. High mortality bird flu could already be engineered for rapid human transmission, warns former CDC head Robert Redfield. It's a convenient narrative, of course, to try to scare Americans into lining up for bird flu vaccines, lockdowns, and mandatory culling of ranch animals that contribute to the national food supply. The question is, will Americans buy into another pandemic psyop? A new bird flu pandemic will also be the result of common illnesses falsely diagnosed as pandemic bird flu due to false positive test results, resulting in hysteria and improper treatment. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Never underestimate the fear propaganda. When people start freaking out, the emotional regulation is gone, and you'll see mass panic. Again, mass psychosis, as you can see here. And people getting sick will be due to the vaccine side effects from current flu vaccines, COVID jabs, and new mRNA vaccines. Guaranteed, those bird flu vaccines will start getting people sick. And people will start having the same side effects they say is attributed to bird flu right after they get the shot, okay? And since they're rolling it out in Finland, let's just make that prediction, okay? Since they're rolling out the first shots for all of these compromised people, they say in Finland, they might have the bird flu pandemic start in Finland, okay? They're going to say it started there. And a lot of people are not going to be able to make that connection. Okay, enough of this doom and gloom, people. Let's move on to some good news here, okay? Because you got to sprinkle some good news on top of all this. 13 countries signed WEF treaty to engineer an ethical global famine. That's right, we're all dead. Now, this one is interesting here. An article on Natural News looks like the World Economic Forum, WEF, has decided that the best way to solve the world's problems is by pulling off an ethical global famine. You read that right, people. 13 countries just signed a treaty to make sure we all get a taste of what the people experienced during the Great Famine of 1921 and 1922. Global Holodomor. Who knew history could be so repeatable? That's right, a blast from the past, people. From forced vaccinations that are causing millions to get sick, then blaming a virus, Spanish flu repeat, look up what happened then. When the soldiers were returning home, they injected everyone with all of these new experimental vaccines to prevent all of these illnesses because they said the soldiers will be bringing a lot of viruses back home. And then people got sick in mass and they blamed a virus. And then that was followed by race riots in 1920. And that was followed by extreme weather events and a good old-fashioned mass starvation plot followed by a world war right after that. Remember the Great Famine of 1921 and 1922, when millions were purposely starved in the Soviet Union thanks to some not-so-great policies. And we all know who is behind this. Here's one of the scumbags right here, the Bolshevist. Genrikh Yagoda slaughtered 10 million white Russian Christians. He is missing from the top mass murderers in the world's history books. He is one of the main reasons Hitler came to power. Out of fear, Germany would fall into the hands of the Bolshevik communists. He also oversaw the death penalty of any Soviet citizen considered to be an anti-Semite. The ADL now considers using the word Bolshevist anti-Semitism. History does repeat, okay? It doesn't just rhyme, it actually repeats exactly. Now, since the commies won around 70 years ago, they're pulling off their same tactics once again. Many have forgotten about the Holodomor. Stalin, along with many others, had this brilliant idea of forced collectivization that led to widespread starvation in and around the Soviet Union. It's almost like the globalists found the same old playbook and thought, hey, why not give this another go? That's right, people, ethical starvation now. What's in this new treaty? Apparently, the idea is to engineer an ethical famine. And apparently, when you add the word ethical to it, it just sounds better. Just like their ethical way of lowering the world's population through so-called vaccines. Now, how are they going to pull off this ethical famine? Well, of course, they're using the threat of climate change. They need to reduce methane emissions and cut CO2 levels, and they are speeding through with this agenda of banning farms. And this new treaty focuses on drastically reducing global agriculture to cut methane emissions. This is how obvious the plan is right here. I mean, it actually is hilarious if you take a step back and look at it all from a bird's eye view, okay? Just as the WEF treaty proposes reducing agriculture to cut CO2 emissions, we conveniently face a bird flu outbreak, leading to the mass slaughter of millions of chickens, as if it's on cue. The virus then jumps to cows, resulting in another round of mass culling. So let's do a quick recap here, okay? A bird flu outbreak just so happens to pop off, which results to the slaughter of millions of chickens. And then they said suddenly the bird flu jumped to cows, so now they need to slaughter the cows by the millions. Take a look at some articles popping up on our news feeds right here. Runny eggs are delicious, but in an era of bird flu, should they be off the menu? And then just conveniently after this, many countries are now signing a new WEF treaty which says they need to ban farms due to CO2 emissions. It's almost like they're scripting a worldwide famine because those population numbers just aren't dropping fast enough. But get this, we're hearing reports of flooding and even droughts around the world affecting crops at the same time. Right after the scumbags in charge, we're talking about geoengineering, just another coincidence, of course. Just a few years back, we saw endless articles like this, how engineering the climate could mess with our food. Scientists look at the eruptions of Mount Pinatubo and El Chichon, hopefully I'm saying that right, to give us a glimpse at how geoengineering might affect a critical global system, agriculture. So it seemed like they knew for certain that by manipulating the weather, it would destroy agriculture. So what did they do? Well, what do you think they did? They of course went along with it because the demons in charge have a god complex and they want to control the weather because why not? Geoengineering test quietly launches salt crystals into atmosphere. A solar geoengineering experiment in San Francisco could lead to brighter clouds that reflect sunlight. The risks are numerous, they say. They started doing this secretly because they knew it would cause public backlash. They even write this in the articles. Then voila, endless floods in California in the following months. Remember, this was the same thing that took place in Dubai. They even admitted that that was the case. Those floods in Dubai were manufactured and clearly done by geoengineering. They put out multiple videos explaining this in detail. And on CNN, this controversial climate solution could be exactly what the planet needs. Or it could be a colossal disaster. Well, they did it anyway because science, right? Even though they put out an article saying it would be a disaster. October 1st, 2023, it's time to engineer the sky. Global warming is so rampant that scientists say we should begin altering the stratosphere to block incoming sunlight, even if it jeopardizes rain and crops. Weather modification, people, just another coincidence. Another step to destroy crops, people. Now let's talk weather here. Right after the governments started talking about manipulating the weather with geoengineering, we began seeing some rather interesting patterns. Floods in one place, droughts in another. Are they using weather modification tech to push us toward this engineered famine? It looks like our food supply is being targeted on all fronts. This is a multifaceted attack on our food supply. This is their way of saying, look, you don't want to kill off yourselves and your families with these poison death shots. You don't want to play Russian roulette with the shots? Okay, we're going to target your food supply now. Okay? We want an ethical depopulation agenda, and if you refuse, we're going to starve you to death. Same Holodomor tactics, people. A depopulation agenda on the horizon. It's almost as if there is a master plan at play here, right? There might be a conspiracy. By messing with the weather, they can create food shortages and drive us into this ethical famine. It's a perfect setup for a last resort depopulation agenda. Why wait for natural disasters when you can just create your own? Like deja vu or something. So here we are, heading back to a time when forced famines were all the rage. Only this time it's wrapped in a shiny new package with the WEF seal of approval. And just like in the past, the ones in power will be just fine, while the rest of us will be left to wonder how we ended up in this mess. Next time you hear about a new global treaty or some fancy weather modification project, just remember the pattern. History does have a funny way of repeating itself, especially when you got the same DICs pulling the strings. And as they engineer our future, one thing is clear. It's all for our own good once again. Now, before you think this is all conjecture or a conspiracy theory, MSM is admitting this to be the case. CTV News, the propaganda arm for the WEF, posts this. Tell me this doesn't sound like satire here. Gassy cows and pigs will face a carbon tax in Denmark, a world's first. This is the ethical famine they're talking about here. Denmark will impose a world-first carbon tax on livestock farmers starting in 2030, targeting the methane emissions from the cows, sheep, and pigs. The tax aims to reduce Danish greenhouse gas emissions by 70% from 1990 levels by 2030. 70%. How are they going to do that? Methane, a potent greenhouse gas, is primarily emitted through livestock digestion and manure management. The tax will start at 300 kroner per ton of CO2, equivalent in 2030, increasing to 750 by 2035. Though farmers will receive a partial income tax deduction. The hilarious coincidence of taxing cow burps and global famine, people. See how these things just connect? So Denmark decides to tax cow burps to save the planet. At the same time, we see a bird flu outbreak leading to the mass culling of chickens. Then it jumps to cows. Suddenly, millions of cows need to be slaughtered too. All this just as the WEF suggests we need to ban farms because of CO2 emissions, methane emissions. At the same time, the same man that is backing lab-grown meat companies and bug-based foods is doing this. Cows of the future. Bill Gates predicts that genetically modifying beef cows with the help of AI could help fight climate change. Bill Gates back at it again, this time predicting that AI and genetic modification can create the ultimate eco-friendly beef cows. By tweaking cow genes, he believes we can reduce methane emissions and combat climate change. It's like the tech world's answer to Noah's Ark, but with fewer floods and more demons in lab coats. In the grand scheme of things, it seems like a convenient setup. Tax real cows, slaughter flu-infected ones, and then roll out the genetically modified replacements. Could this be the final chapter in the global food control saga? An engineered famine for those that refuse the fake GMO meat agenda. If you don't want to starve to death, then accept the cricket flour, damn it. I mean, the nerve of these pathological liars. Cow burps and cow farts are bad for the climate. You must eat an insect-based burger now. Imagine that. Now, remember when the technical director of CNN was caught on camera saying they will move on from scaring people about COVID to scaring them about the climate? Well, right on cue, people. All of the MSM is now working in lockstep to scare us of this now because they want to target our food supply. Endless articles about how the heat is going to kill us all. This summer is hot because of you understand? So we must accept slavery and ban farms now. I mean, it's just ridiculous. On CTV News, once again, this is one of the funniest things to follow on Twitter here. CTV News is like seriously a controlled AI bot, okay? Posting endless woke articles every hour on the hour. This one is pure comedy. When will the heat end? ? Never. Oh God, that's perfect, isn't it? Oh, I'm so scared. Please stuff me in a cage and throw a virtual reality headset on. Everything is too scary. So apparently winter is canceled this year, okay? We'll be living in a volcano permanently until we accept carbon trackers. They really think you are this stupid. We are being boiled to death. Look at the temperature in the UK, damn it. Do you see that? It's in the 20s. We're all dead because of you. The heat will never end. Never, they say. Well, until October hits and the season changes, of course, which happens every single year. But no, don't use common sense, okay? Throw your logic right out the window, folks. There is no need for it in clown world. Let's check out the step-by-step process that's going to lead us into the soul trap right here. Okay, let's go. Virtual reality. Step 1. Apple Vision. Step 2. Augmented reality. You are right here. Step 3 is digital reality with a neural link installed into your brain. Step 4. Digital prison. And how are things going? Well, right when you thought it couldn't get any more sci-fi-esque, let's check this out right here. Take a look at our future, folks. And they're going to sell this as, oh, don't worry, this is only going to be for the serious crime offenders, okay? The repeated criminals that are destroying society with their endless crimes and disregard for human life. What they're not telling you is if you don't go along with this environmentalism agenda, they will stuff you into this cell and install memories into your brain. okay? They're already building endless detention camps in places like the States, and we have actual reports of this. So what are they going to use this technology for right here? It's called Cognify, and it's a futuristic facility designed to rehabilitate criminals by implanting artificial memories, reducing lengthy prison sentences to mere minutes. Using AI, these vivid, tailored memories aim to foster empathy and remorse by simulating consequences of crimes. The process involves high-resolution brain mapping to target specific regions, creating realistic experiences that integrate seamlessly into the prisoner's mind. This approach aims to transform the criminal justice system by reducing incarceration costs and enabling faster societal reintegration, ultimately promoting safer communities and lower crime rates. For those that were asking just how bad is it going to get? Well, here you have it, folks. This is the answer right here. Man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. It makes you wonder what they would do if this technology was advanced enough. I mean, they're talking about installing the thoughts into your head. So why serve a 100-year sentence when they can just put the memory in your head of you serving 100 years in prison, and you actually have those vivid memories of being in a jail cell for 100 years. That will save a lot of time and resources, huh? What can go wrong, right? They just throw you into prison even though you committed no crime and then install a lengthy 100-year prison sentence memory into your brain. That sounds cool, right? But what if they had technology that is advanced enough where they can install these thoughts into your head wirelessly? What if they had that tech? If they can wirelessly insert memories into your head, ask yourself this: if they did have that tech, would they do it? Considering they illegally went through your phone during the lockdowns just to see if you were following rules. If they had this tech advanced enough, you best believe they will insert memories into your head. Thoughts, positive vaccine thoughts. You're going to wake up one day wanting to go get a bird flu booster. They could easily come up with another emergency to justify installing thoughts into your brain. I know I'm going a little out there, but ask yourself, if they had this tech, would they use it on you? For the greater good. And how coincidental is it that they had articles like this one here over a decade ago talking about what a future prison should look like? The jail of the future, a vision of 2030, always that year. There is an agenda at play, and they're trying to build this digital slavery hellscape as we stay distracted with political theater. Ain't that some ish? Now check this out, people. Just sounds like a liberal paradise. The article says we need to shift towards a more humane and sustainable facility. Key points include integrating jails into communities, using natural light and green materials, and focusing on rehabilitation and restorative justice. The design aims to reduce inmate stress, promote positive behavior, and facilitate reintegration into society. The concept also includes smaller downtown facilities with better public transportation access and community involvement, aiming to improve public safety and reduce recidivism through a more supportive and transparent justice system. Unbelievable. So they clearly have a plan to set this up in the future, and they are building detention centers all across the states and passing bills stating the military can actually forcefully take you to one of these quarantine camps soon. So this was passed. Like I said, they always pass these bills and just leave them there, and no one bats an eye. Executive order by the governor, state of Tennessee, number 83. So since COVID was such a big deal, they passed a bill like this and kept it in place. On Section 8 right here, discretion to utilize National Guard and State Guard members in connection with certain healthcare and emergency services operations. This paragraph 8 is issued for the limited purpose of authorizing personnel recognized under Tennessee Code, this right here, to serve in certain healthcare and emergency services roles to reduce system capacity strain resulting from COVID-19. Namely, personnel may perform authorized diagnostic testing for COVID-19 in healthcare settings, including but not limited to hospitals, emergency departments, and alternate care sites, collectively facilities, perform authorized nursing and other functions in facilities. And number 3, operate public or privately owned permitted ambulance service vehicles with a licensed service. And number 18, temporary quarantine and isolation facilities may be constructed. The provisions of Tennessee Code annotated are hereby suspended to allow for the construction of temporary structures, the plans for which would otherwise be subject to review for new construction, additions, or substantial alterations as directed by the Commissioner of Health and the Director of TEMA in response to COVID-19, provided that there shall be inspections of such structures to ensure safety as necessary. Make of this what you will, but we have many reports of these facilities being built right now in preparation for something. What could it be? 2020 repeat, folks. Biden versus Trump, Trump wins, boom. Next pandemic incoming. I posted this the other day. I found it really funny here. Prison is a perfect place for liberals. Think about it. Everyone is treated equally, free food, free health care for everyone. Number 4, no one has guns except for the guards. Number 5, no cars or gas. How perfect is that? I mean, a liberal utopia. Actually, they forgot about same-sex intercourse only. I mean, a liberal's paradise. In another leap for replacing humans for the better here, scientists have now built the world's first living computer using 16 mini brains made from real human tissue. This is like the Matrix meeting Ex Machina and deciding to save the planet, okay? Switzerland's startup Final Spark created Neural Platform, a greener biocomputer that's energy efficient and perfect for AI research. According to a worker there at Final Spark, this tech not only advances AI, but also slashes greenhouse gas emissions. Soon, we might be chatting with synthetic beings powered by these brainy computers without even knowing it, okay? Man-made horrors, people. I don't even think all of that is worse than this right here. This is worse than all of that. Leading womb transplant experts say it's medically possible for transgender women, aka men, to have natural pregnancies, in quotes. Unreal. And they hope to offer procedure to trans couples in years. That's it right there, okay? Please tell me that's the top of the roller coaster when it comes to the insanity. There's no way it gets crazier than that. Dudes with womb transplants giving babies out of their ass. I mean, doesn't get more sick than that. You wanted flying cars in the future? Too bad. You're getting womb transplants and LED breast implants. I mean, look at this. Fake titties that light up in the dark. That's what you get, okay? Just what everyone asked for, as you can see right here. The future is looking bright, isn't it? I mean, no pun intended. Well, folks, the DICs think you are stupid. That's right. This is a new segment right here. The DICs think you are stupid. Check this out right here. Drinking Coke and Pepsi may increase testicle size and testosterone production. Study says researchers claim the study demonstrated a high dose of Pepsi or Coca-Cola could promote testy growth and development. Once again, people, everything bad is good and everything good is bad. Pepsi and Coke increase testosterone production. That's right, drink a Pepsi a day to keep the doctor away now. This is what they want people to fall for. They couldn't get rid of people fast enough, apparently. We know that high fructose corn syrup is in many of these drinks, including Pepsi and Coca-Cola. High consumption of fructose has been linked to metabolic syndrome, which can lead to insulin resistance and increased body fat. Both conditions are known to negatively impact testosterone levels. Caramel color used in sodas is often produced using ammonia compounds, which can form something called 4-methylamidazole, a potential carcinogen. Chronic exposure to carcinogens can lead to various health issues, including hormonal imbalances. And even the aluminum cans that they put many of these drinks in are known to lower testosterone as well. One of the main culprits is bisphenol A, BPA, a chemical used in the lining of aluminum cans and the plastic bottles as well, including those used for soft drinks like Pepsi. BPA is an endocrine disruptor that can mimic estrogen and interfere with hormone functions, leading to lower testosterone levels in men. Aluminum cans and plastic bottles have chemicals that lower testosterone. Matter of fact, check this out right here. Microplastics discovered in human penises for the first time ever. Go drink a Coke and a Pepsi. It'll help. Aluminum cans and plastic bottles have chemicals that lower testosterone. Phthalates, chemicals, can leach into food and beverages from their containers, and they can lower testosterone levels as well. So basically, what I'm saying here is it's poison inside and out. But they want you to believe you'll have some big cojones after drinking that liquid poison right here. Yeah, they said after a rat study, the Coca-Cola made the male mice alpha AF. That's right, they turned into super alpha mice. Now, that's a really believable study, kind of like the study they did with 6G in mice. They said 6G EMF waves are actually good for us because they tested it on mice, and the neurons in the mice's brains started to grow. They actually made the mice 5 times smarter, okay? This is why we need to transfer over into a 6G system. 5G wasn't enough. 6G is where it's at, baby. Now, drink your Coca-Cola and get boosted while we set up a 6G tower outside your house. All for your health, people. Great quote right here. What most people don't realize is that food is not just calories. It's information. It actually contains messages that communicate to every cell in the body. Always keep that in mind before consuming any meal that is quite questionable, okay? You don't want to catch the sloth virus. Now get this, people. Live Science has a study posted in 2010 with this title right here. Cancer is a man-made disease. Controversial study claims. Now, for many of you, like myself, that are awake and have thoroughly researched this comes as no surprise. But the fact this was on a mainstream science website is quite interesting. Let's go over what they say right here. This article discusses a controversial study suggesting that cancer is largely man-made. It's a man-made disease primarily caused by environmental factors such as pollution and diet linked to modern industrialization. Researchers found scant evidence of cancer in ancient times. Examining mummies, fossils, and historical texts, the rarity of cancer in antiquity, they say, might be attributed to shorter lifespans. They said people lived shorter lifespans, so this could be the case. But is it though? They said which precluded the development of the disease. Critics argue that modern lifestyles, including longevity and reproductive habits, significantly influence cancer rates today. The study emphasizes that cancer's prevalence is closely tied to modern living conditions. They said many researchers that studied these human remains said that cancer was scarce, extremely rare in these mummies and fossils they were studying. They were shocked to find such little evidence of ancient humans or even animals that had cancer. Of course, they throw in the, well, it's because we live longer now. That's why cancer is so prevalent. But is that the case though? Let's dive into the wild world of modern medicine, folks. Okay, because after all the vaccines they put out, all the big pharma medicines, have they cured cancer? Have cancer rates slowed down? The more you look into it, the more you find that cancer, the new age plague, is just another byproduct of big pharma's endless quest for profit. A recent study suggests that cancer is a man-made disease, skyrocketing since the Industrial Revolution. Get this, cancer rates at least tripled since the 1980s. At the same time, the start of an aggressive childhood vaccination campaign began. Coincidentally, it's also when global cancer rates started to rise. Another coincidence? Maybe not. These vaccines, supposedly life-saving, might have been the Trojan horses of big pharma, sneaking in the seeds of future diseases. Fast forward to today, where endless vaccinations are the norm. Each jab could be a lottery ticket, not just for your health, but for a lifelong subscription to treatments. It's like pharma's way of saying, welcome to the club. Your membership fees are due every month for the rest of your life. Same thing they've done with HIV. And let's not ignore the fact that governments are in on it too. By pushing these vaccination agendas, they're ensuring a steady stream of patients, aka controlled citizens, for the foreseeable future. It's a classic case of problem, reaction, solution, where the problem cancer keeps growing, the reaction, panic, and demand for cures is predictable, and the solution, more vaccines and treatments. It's oh so profitable, so why would they stop? So next time you see a needle, remember it might just be a ticket into pharma's never-ending funhouse of treatments. You're on the big pharma hamster wheel of sickness and death. The rise of global cancer rates is just another piece of the puzzle, making us all players in this grand game of health roulette. So stay wide awake, peoples, and keep in mind, folks, the powers that be benefit greatly off you being sick, injured, and now dead. It used to be about profit. Now it's about depopulation, strictly. Now, this is what they say helps against cancer. I didn't know this. This was quite interesting to me, so I'm gonna play it. Look at this.
Times stronger than lemon and 30 times stronger than garlic. It kills bacteria and fungi. We all have this plant at home. It protects against cancer, strengthens the immune system, and preserves vision. Do you know what plant this is? This powerful plant is oregano. Scientists have confirmed that oregano is the most effective natural antibiotic in the world. And oregano oil is 3.37 times more powerful as an antioxidant than green tea. Add a spoonful of oregano to a jar and pour 300 milliliters of boiling water. Let it sit for 15 minutes and add lemon to make it stronger. This is useful for respiratory issues like coughs, bronchitis, as well as digestive system disorders. It has been scientifically proven to combat Candida. Like, follow and share so others can heal.
That was interesting. But once again, the reason why I do take a lot of these videos with a grain of salt, because a lot of these holistic doctors, people in the medical fields here, they don't seem to fully understand what bacteria even is and what its purpose is, or even parasites. So before you go and consume something that is supposedly going to kill all the bacteria in your gut, make sure you do thorough research on what that bacteria is really for. Let's see what this video says right here on the topic.
Is the terrain superior to the germ? Something you may hear is that the germ is nothing and the terrain is everything when it comes to health. Well, you don't have a working terrain, internal or external, without the germ, without the microbe. You'd be dead. Microbes are life. You kill the germs, you absolutely obliterate the terrain. You cannot have a functional septic tank without the microbe. You could not have a functional compost heap without the microbe. You can't have your body without microbes. So while many of us, even functional medicine docs included, are blaming microbes, they are busy saving our lives. This is the case in all of our tissues. It's the case in our lymph nodes, on our skin, in our wounds. It's the same in your gut. Terrain is not superior to the germ. It is the germ. You cannot have one exist without the other.
Very well said right there. Now, we can't end a podcast without sprinkling some good old World War on top, can we? I mean, I've been seeing a few articles here and it's just interesting. They keep pushing for this, but who's to say? But who knows? It might just be a major distraction from what they're doing behind the scenes here. It's like the icing on the cake is the World War III, okay? Sprinkle that on top. Just to add onto the cake, to complete the chaos layers of the conspiracy cake. Let's check out how Albert Pike's prediction is going right here, okay, for World War III. Pentagon prepares to evacuate Americans from Lebanon. Would you look at that? Now, officially, they say this. The United States is currently evacuating Americans from Lebanon due to escalating security concerns following recent violent protests. These protests erupted after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza, which has led to increased tensions in the region, particularly between Israel and Hezbollah. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut was targeted by protesters who set part of the complex on fire and blocked major roads, including routes to the airport, leading to the State Department issuing a do not travel advisory for Lebanon. The situation is further complicated by the broader geopolitical climate. Intelligence reports indicate that a conflict between Israel and Hezbollah could break out at any moment, they say, with potential regional and international repercussions. Several other countries, including Italy, France, and Germany, have also also instructed their diplomatic staff to evacuate immediately, underscoring the severity of the situation. Now, why would those in charge want a world war? How would this benefit them, you ask? Well, the WEF's predictions for 2030 consisted not only of you will own nothing and be happy, but also they explicitly stated that the US will not be a superpower anymore by that date. The conflict is a part of a larger scheme by the controllers to realign world powers, and by destabilizing the Middle East, powerful nations can reassert their influence over the region's vast resources, particularly oil. Also, by creating chaos in the Middle East, this group can justify increased military intervention and surveillance worldwide, bringing nations under a more centralized control. It does give them more justification to start a one-world government, telling us it's the only way to prevent another global conflict from erupting. So keep that in mind. For those that say they would never benefit off a world war, I mean, those same people would laugh at you if you told them Russia would invade Ukraine. They would call you crazy and just a doom and gloom propaganda pusher. And then it happened and they were silent like idiots. I say that to say this: you never know what the next step is going to be. It could catch us all by surprise. So by analyzing these articles right here and trying to figure out how the criminals' minds work, we can predict or at least understand what the next PSYOP is going to be. Now that's where I'm going to leave it, folks. If you like what I do here,
we go. For those of you out there who continually have pushed Donald Trump, have messaged me literally by the thousands out of all the subscribers I have, and I guess people who stumble upon my channel and unsubscribe because of the fact that me, along with many people out there who get what's going on, talked about how this wasn't an election, it was a selection, how Trump was one of them. At this point in time, you can no longer push that argument. We all sat back, we gave it a chance. I heard the argument that God chose Donald Trump, but unfortunately, people are still going to buy into this. You know why? Because Christians are still being duped because they do not understand what's going on in Israel. That's why the channels who are pro-Zionism, pro-Israel, when you listen to them talk, they're some of the stupidest people you'll ever hear in your life. Ever. They don't get it. Israel is what this is all about. And Trump and the U.S., just like under Obama, just like under all our presidents, they're all working with Israel, for the New World Order. Rothschild Israel, not God's Israel from the Bible. Rothschild Israel. So no more of this, oh, well, Trump's not one of them. Well, he just showed you who he now is in alliance with. He just showed you, okay? What do you think the chemical attacks, the false flag chemical attacks that went on were staged to set this up? But even if it, some people debate if they're real bodies, if it was a hoax or not, even if it wasn't, who do you think was really behind it? Who is the enemy of Syria? It's Israel. All of this revolves around Israel, okay? And you know who controls and runs Israel? The Rothschilds do. Rothschild himself recently in an interview even admitted to it. He even said that the Rothschild family paved the way for the creation of Israel. You know why? Because they're the ones who engineered World War I. They're the ones who were behind it. And they promised the British government that they could convince the U.S. to enter the war and ensure Britain's victory over Germany on the basis that the British government handed control of Palestine to the Zionists. Okay? That's what's going on here. That is what has happened. So they engineered World War I. The Rothschild family, the Zionists, before there was Zionism, the fake Jews, they're the ones who got us into World War I, who were behind it. And guess what? Guess what the bombing, quote unquote, or whatever, the missile launch yesterday was? It was the anniversary of that day that America entered World War I, April 6th, 1917. As we all know, these people operate by specific dates, right? By numerology. That's a fact. So you think it was a coincidence that this happened yesterday? Exactly 100 years from the date that America entered World War I? Of course it's not. And you know why? Because the Rothschilds are in on it. They need Syria. Syria is one of the only countries that they don't have control of. You look at Iran, you look at Syria, there's no globalist bank set up there. That's what this is about. This is about global banking. This is about the control of all currency. Syria's central bank is state-owned and controlled. You know what else? Syria doesn't have International Monetary Fund debt. There's no IMF debt. They want you in debt. That's part of the reason that they want control of all the banks around the world. Because when you're in debt to them, they technically own you. That's what being in debt is all about. That's why they hand out credit cards and all. They want you to live in a system of debt. A debt to a bank which is privately owned. The Federal Reserve, if those of you who are too young to understand this, because they don't teach this stuff in school. They teach you nothing in school. It's the biggest waste of time. That's all it's there for, is to indoctrinate you with lies. The Federal Reserve prints money at its own will. They can print whatever they want. These people can print money out of their rear ends, eat it, and then reprint it. It doesn't matter. It's privately owned. The Federal Reserve. Privately owned. And we take money as a country from the Federal Reserve. They want the entire world to be in debt to the Federal Reserve, in debt to the banksters, to the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds own pretty much all of Israel. It's over 80% of Israel that they own. Syria is an enemy to Israel. And now, with what's going on, with this coincidental launch and attack on the anniversary of the Rothschilds entering America into World War I, Russia is now chirping immediately the next day. So all of these seeds that have been planted with Russia, with people going, oh, well, if Hillary gets elected, then we're going to go to war with Russia. But they want Trump in. They know Trump and Russia will get along because Putin and Trump get along. And now look what happens. Even before it all went down yesterday, Hillary even tweets out that we need to bomb and go after Syria. Trump is one of them. He's been one. And I'm no longer going to be, all right, I won't go too hard on Trump because I don't want people out there to get offended and think I know better than they do. But those of you who have been listening, who have been messaging me saying, God chose Trump, because I heard some channels out there who claim to be truthers, or you heard Alex Jones and all of these frauds out there pushing that Trump was going to stop the New World Order. Well, what are they saying today? Well, they're trying to spin it, right? They're trying to talk about ISIS and this other stuff going, they're trying to link it to other things. They're trying to say, well, there was babies killed, we should have went. This is about Israel. And if they're not talking about Rothschild Israel, then they're not talking truth. And that's a fact. Okay? And there's channels I cannot stand on YouTube. Individuals who I hate and hate me. But you know what? At least some of us are smart enough to understand about Israel and Zionism, because that is the root of it. And you know what the problem is? It's harder for me as a Christian to talk about this and get the point across, because Christians are too dumbed down by the belief that Israel is our friend, because they are not interpreting scripture properly. The current state of Israel has been hijacked. Okay? Hijacked. It is not the Jews referred to in the Bible who are in Israel. These are the fake Jews spoke about in the book of Revelation. So now with Russia, the headline saying that Putin's very upset. And this is stuff I talked about last night. Remember all the stuff with Trump in the media? The celebrities coming out saying, we warned you. He acts on emotion. That's because this was planned out in advance. Oh, he acts on emotion. If something happens, we can end up going to World War III. They were letting you know, because that's how they work. The seeds were planted. Oh, if one little thing happens, Trump's going to nuke them or send a bomb over, right? And without even an investigation into what happened in Syria, if something even did happen, if it, a hoax, false flag, you can make your own decisions based on the pictures and stuff that are out there. But there wasn't even a proper investigation that even went on just days later, right? So they're going to talk about that in the media. They're going to say there wasn't an investigation and Trump just immediately dropped them out. Oh, this is dangerous. Now Russia wants a piece of, is against America. And wow, what a coincidence that we did this on the anniversary of the day that we entered World War I. Knowing how they operate with numerology. So none of this stuff is a coincidence. But who's the beneficiary? Who's always the beneficiary? Israel. Who's the top enemy, or one of the top enemies of Israel? Syria. And who is Trump working for? He's working for the Zionist banksters. He's working for fake Israel, is what we should just call it, because this is not the biblical Israel. If you're out there and you're listening to these channels who are telling, that's fine, because salvation's only found through Christ, okay? If you don't want to get involved in this stuff and know what's really going on, that's not a big deal. Your salvation's dependent on your faith in Jesus Christ. That's what your salvation's dependent on. But don't listen to these channels who are biblical channels, then they try to cross into this stuff, these world conflicts with the New World Order, acting like they understand what's going on. Because they don't understand what's going on. So they're trying to say, listen, there's, I'm a Christian channel, but I'm a Christian truther. So they're doing Bible studies, and then the next day they're talking about Israel in a pro narrative, saying, watch out for these truth channels who are going after Zionism, because they don't get it. They don't have a clue. There's some of them are just, you want to say some of them are shills? Well, of course, there's tons of pro-Israel shills on YouTube. That's the number one sign to tell a shill, is their stance on Zionism and Israel. But then we have Christians who literally are just so dumbed down. So avoid these people, unless you're going there for biblical studies and teachings. But when it comes to the New World Order stuff and all this stuff that's really going on and trying to decipher the fake news from the real news, listen to people who know what they're talking about. Because this, at the end of the day, is this the start of World War III? I don't know. It very well could be. We'll find out, right? In the coming days, coming weeks, coming hours. We don't know. But you think it's a coincidence that this happened on the anniversary of us entering World War I, knowing that Syria and Israel have always been enemies, that they can't stand each other, that it's Rothschild Israel, and that the Rothschilds were the ones who got us into World War I. And wow, what a coincidence that Syria is independent, that they don't rely on the Federal Reserve. Is that a coincidence? You think that is? That it's a central bank, it's state-owned and controlled? Not owned by the globalist banksters? Of course not. Of course not. And do you think if a chemical attack really did happen, if it did happen, if all that stuff went down and it was a false flag and not a hoax and people really died, regardless of your opinion of hoax or false flag, you don't think Israel was involved? You know why nobody looks to Israel? Because all this stuff I keep saying. They always are the victim. That is why when you talk about it, people stop it. Those poor people. It's the narrative. It's the mainstream. Nobody ever looks there. Everybody's got to support Israel. Israel probably has more military there than we have and more money. You know how much money we dump into Israel? It's a joke that people can't figure this out. It's laughable at this point that Christians are still defending Israel like this is the biblical Israel. Get over it. It's not biblical Israel. This is Rothschild Israel. They own Israel. It is infested with fake Jews. And it's the same thing I keep saying. I point out the Talmud. I point out how we're slaves to them, how they look at us as cattle, how Jesus is rolling around in feces, and Christians still go, oh, I don't know about that. And they teach that in their temple. They teach pedophilia. People out there who are in this movement who only care about the pedophilia aspect, well, guess who teaches it? The same people in Israel who study the Talmud talk about having sex with 3-year-olds. Why do you never hear about it? Take a guess why. Because they're the victim, remember? They're always the victim. The censorship now on YouTube. What do you think it's really about? Why is Alex Jones not getting censored? Because he's not talking about Israel and the Jews. They know that people are catching on. Even little stories. I did a story about tombstones getting, the tombstones were smashed. It's an attack against Jews worldwide. Oh, bomb threats are coming in. No evidence of bomb threats at all. And then when it came to the actual tombs in the graveyard getting demolished, police went and looked at it and the ground caved in. That's why the tombs fell. The media never corrected the story. They never went out there and said, oh, we were wrong. They jumped to conclusions, right? Isn't the media supposed to look into things for evidence? Because it's a pro-Israel. Always make the Jews the victim. And it's not the biblical Jews. These are Khazarian false Jews. They're barbarian. I don't understand how people cannot get this. I pray that people will wake up and see this. But unfortunately, people are getting their information, some of which come from people who are actually living in Zionist families, whether their mother's Jewish or their father's Jewish, and one of them's Christian. This is toxic. It's toxic. So again, for those of you who thought Donald Trump, oh, he's stopping the New World Order. Well, he just showed you his allegiance to Israel. He just showed you his allegiance to the Rothschilds and the banksters, because he's always been one of them. He didn't just wake up and get cut a check to do this. He's been one from the beginning, because there is no election. It's a selection. And there's still going to be people out there who support Trump, who still will say, well, wait, I got messages last night from so many people that said, don't start saying this now because, other people did this, not him. I mean, give me a break. His whole cabinet is filled with Zionists. Enough is enough. Christians need to wake up to it. Okay? You need to wake up to what's going on. Is this the beginning of World War III? We'll find out. Russia's going to be involved now. We'll see some false flags probably, because the seeds have been planted for quite some time. This right here is not a coincidence. Match up the dates with the Rothschilds. Understand how Satanists and numerology and these Jews work, and their obsession with numerology, the Masons' obsessions with numerology. This better be a wake-up call to those of you who have been pro, Donald Trump, but aware of the Illuminati, the New World Order, Zionism, all this stuff, Jesuits, all of it, Vatican. This better be a wake-up call, because if it's not, then you're never going to wake up and see the actual truth. I thank you guys for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
Trump started the messianic process because people don't realize that Esav does tshuva. He is Esav doing tshuva, which I've said many times and so on. So therefore, this is what is happening. And to show you, and remember the main job of Esav, even though he became a Russia, will be Rab Yavoi Tzoyer. The older will serve the younger. That's the prophecy. That means in the end, Esav has to do tshuva and help the Jewish people do the tikkun. That's what it is. And therefore, in the end of time, Esav will do tshuva, who I feel is Trump. Abraham Accords. It's unheard of that he did that. When he gets back in, which I feel he will, and finish the job, don't even think about counting him out. Between now and then, a lot of water is going to pass under that bridge, and then so on, There are many reasons why DeSantis won't even challenge him. Because for him, his sake, he should not. It's a very big mistake, just as an aside, for DeSantis to challenge Trump. Everybody else is nobody. There's nothing there. The only challenge is from DeSantis, which is a tremendous mistake. If you want to know why, first of all, Trump should have had 5 heart attacks by now. The amount of persecution that he's subject to, it would kill anybody. Any normal human would have killed. And he's just like water off a duck's back. It's incredible. DeSantis is not proven. He gets that kind of stuff. Opposition, he can drop dead in a moment. Could you imagine what it is to be sued every moment? Do you know how much money you have to hire lawyers? It's astounding what he's got to go through. And who's after him? We're not talking about some local guy in the street. The federal government is after him. With the DOJ, Department of Justice, the FBI, Intelligence Department, they're all after him. Could you imagine? And they have unlimited resources. So he is proven he can survive. DeSantis is not proven at all. And I want to tell you something. They're going to make schmutz out of DeSantis. The progressives, the Democratic Party, if he's nominated, they will destroy him. They will character assassinate him, just like they did with Trump. So can he tolerate that character assassination by the Democratic Party? Not only that, what's his rush? He's only 43 years old. What's his rush? He'll wait 4 years, right, or whatever, and at 48 he'll run for president. There's no point in it, you see, because it's not that there's nobody to run. There is Trump. He doesn't have to replace Trump because Trump is very adequate, very eligible to do a great job. So what's his rush? In any case, it's a big mistake because if he runs and he loses to Trump, which he will, then it's a mark against them and they're going to sue him. And he's not a billionaire like Trump. He's going to have to pay to protect himself and so on. Anyway, it's a very bad move. I hope he remembers and he thinks about this and he drops out and says, I don't need to do this. I'll do it after Trump retires because he can only run one more term. The Russian decided that he's going to stop Trump because it's going too fast. How did he do that? It's amazing what the Russian can do. It's simply amazing. COVID, because of COVID, Biden was able to hide in his basement and campaign. Nobody knew that guy's, Absolute moron. He was in his basement because of COVID. So the Brunisham brought COVID to allow Biden to win. Not only that, he destroyed the economy, which is Trump's signature. Destroyed that. You see, all of this is putting on hold. Yeah. So I believe that Trump's coming back in 2024. America's at war with each other. The good part of Esav and warring with the bad part of Esav. That's really what's going on. Trump is the good part of Esav, warring with the bad part. The bad part of Esav is who? Is the Democratic Party and the progressives. They are destroying America.
I am the chosen one.
I am the chosen one.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
John Burton. I need stand in the mind.
Where's Blake? He's right here. He's right here. Okay, definitely. We have a man here, Nassau County, who is one of the greats, and he won a race that was supposedly was not winnable. That was like mine. I think they gave you the same chances they gave me. Come here. Vote for Blake. Vote for Blake. Okay. Give thanks to Hashem for his work is good, his kindness endures forever. Presented to President Donald J. Trump for his extraordinary and heroic efforts. I like that very much. To help the state of Israel and the Jewish people. He and his family should be blessed eternally from the Israel Heritage Foundation, July 10th, 2023. I want to thank you. Let me put it this way. If we don't win, Israel's in big trouble. I really do. I mean it. Israel's in big trouble. 100 more years. 100 more years. What is this? A test? The rabbi's going to be a test. And no men in women's sports. Do we have it?
He's the leader that will lead us to the promised land. Let's get rid of this system, and he's the man to do it.
I'm pleased to announce the second coming of President Donald J. Trump.
So these awards are given to me by the Jewish community for different things, and this is the Tree of Life, which is a very big award in terms of everything that I stand for. It means so much to me, and a lot of times I'll have friends of mine come in, Jewish, and they will see the Tree of Life and they'll say, wow, what a great thing. Like
the Tree of Knowledge is now and always has been forbidden by God. Lucifer has used it to take control of mankind and the entire earth. It is Lucifer's kingdom. And this, the chakra system, is what binds humanity. I'm going to show you how this works. It's a lie. Lucifer calls the Tree of Knowledge the Tree of Life. But it is really a trap. It is a straitjacket that limits humankind. Kabbalah and Babylonian mysticism call the Tree of Knowledge the Tree of Life. They reverse things. Everything is upside down.
So these awards are given to me by the Jewish community for different things, and this is the Tree of Life, which is a very big award in terms of everything that I stand for. It means so much.
It's an honor to be here with the first Jewish president of the United States. And if he isn't, he should be.
This is the United Uprising channel. Welcome to today's show. If you haven't heard the latest PSYOP floating around, revolving that guy with the island, you know, the one that conveniently just appeared as if nobody had noticed it in the last 20 or 30 years, it's this giant blue temple out in the open where you could see it from a boat. Nobody actually saw it and was like, what is that? That looks really strange. Of course, this PSYOP is one of the bigger PSYOPs we've seen over the years, and it somehow has continued year after year after year and gained more momentum. And people out there, I guess they get so caught up in being a sleuth or thinking that something is going to occur that they invest their emotions so heavily into things like this. But this is clearly a government PSYOP. The latest is Doe 174. So if you haven't heard, these people are digging through this controlled government leak that they just decided to leak to everybody. Nobody thinks to themselves, well, you know, if this was really going on and these people were really involved, wouldn't they just cover it up, right? You know, you ever hear about the JFK situation and how still all these years later, nothing has been leaked on that the government just has the ability to cover up all those files? Yet, when it comes to this story, and it comes to all the prominent people in power, there's just some good guys that are letting it leak out, right? As if the court systems actually are going to like give this information out to the public, as if these people would actually ever end up in court. And of course, they don't, because these things are not real. They don't give us anything that is real. But what they do give you is a never-ending rabbit hole, so people could go down it. And what you're seeing here is, like I mentioned days ago, with Doe 174, which is the latest thing, is you're seeing people trying to point fingers at the other political opponent. That's all it is, right? So when they come out with this stuff and they release Doe 174, you see people defending Donald Trump, and you see other people saying it's Donald Trump, and you see other people saying it's really Jimmy Kimmel. And this goes back and forth, and all these people try to decode and figure out who is who. And then the reality of the matter is, like I've mentioned over and over again, if this is really occurring, which it is, what should happen is these people should be taken care of by the civilians. No courts, no trials, right? But what's happening here is a distraction from the real issues where these things really do occur, which is underground, which, like the story you heard in New York City, which has not made national news yet, is that underneath temples, underneath churches, there are tunnels, just like the McMartin situation, where this stuff does occur. And yes, there's a chance that people can find these things, but most of the time, just like in New York, they attempt to fill these tunnels up and then make new tunnels in case something actually does happen where people find out. Because the way people react to these things is they don't wait for the police to show up. They don't wait for a court or a trial. They take things into their own hands, and that's the way things should be dealt with when it comes to this matter. Now, in this situation, what should really be occurring are mass arrests, if this was real, mass trials. But just like I mentioned in regards to the laptop situation, nothing ends up happening. And you just keep complaining. You keep hoping that these people that you supposedly elect are going to do something about it. And what have they shown you over the last 10 years or so? They don't do anything about it. They just gaslight you every single day. And these people continue to believe that this system is set up for us. Now, eventually, this whole system's going to implode on purpose by design. People will grow infuriated with it, and I believe that's what this PSYOP is headed towards. So Doe 174 is trending all over Twitter, and of course, mainstream media outlets are talking about it, and that's how we know. Of course, not them saying that the whole thing is make-believe or anything like that. You have CNN, Business Insider, all these mainstream media outlets covering Doe 174, trying to figure out themselves who it really is, politicizing it, right? In other times, in other situations, usually what they'll do is just say it's completely fake and dismiss it, right? That's what they'll usually do. So they're giving attention to these things. They're talking about Doe 174. And then, of course, they're working the audience out there to try to figure out who it actually is. So here's an article from Business Insider about Doe 174. And again, for those of you that don't understand, Doe 174 is a name that showed up in these documents, which the name hasn't been revealed yet. So everybody wants it to be somebody. The liberals want it to be Trump. The conservatives want it to be Biden or Jimmy Kimmel or someone else they can't stand. And at the end of the day, you don't hear anybody caring about children, having these acts stop with children, talking about the connections to the satanic covens and cults, Aleister Crowley's teachings, etc. You don't hear that. You just hear this politicized, and that's part of the problem because it ends up normalizing it. Because when people actually care more about protecting Donald Trump instead of saying, hey, you know what? This could be Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't a lot of pictures of them. It shows you how wrapped up they are in this entire thing. They're so wrapped up in it that they're overlooking the fact that this guy is in thousands of photographs with the guy who's supposedly involved. Now, no one's saying that that guy is or isn't involved, but I'll guarantee you the guy's alive. I said it the day that those stories came out, that he's getting shipped over to a certain place where their flag matched the colors of that temple. and they love to eat bagels day and night. Or, well, they don't. I don't know if they love to eat them, but they sure love to have fronts of bagel businesses, of course, for the same reason that we see all these other things happen where they can launder through those businesses. So here's the story that they're gaslighting people with. Over the past week, thousands of pages of court documents in a linked lawsuit have been unsealed. The documents identify 170 people whose names have come up in a legal battle between two specific people. I can't say their names because of the algorithm, but one of them's last name's Maxwell. His former girlfriend, who in 2021 was convicted of, buying and selling people for, illegal activities, disgusting things that you can't imagine. So roughly 170 associates had names under seal for different reasons. Some were his wealthy friends, some were his victims, and some were people whose names were merely mentioned in passing. They were identified as J. Doe in arguments over whether their names should be made public or remain redacted. So, first of all, why don't people just go, well, why are some names allowed and some names not allowed? Right? Shouldn't that be something that gets discussed? Oh, because they want to give you these names so that you could try to figure out who it is. So while they're continuing to head us towards civil war, they're using this to bait people into unrest with each other while normalizing this and politicizing something that shouldn't even be politicized. This should be something that unites every human being on the earth. Does anyone out there disagree with that? This topic of what's supposedly occurred on that island, which occurs every single day in this country, around the world, specifically this country is built on the back of that, and that's what the CIA really does. But the civilians should be uniting over. This isn't something you ever politicize. It's not even, you put everything aside to protect the children, and that's not what's being done. And you see the people out there who claim to be caring about the children, they care more about their political affiliation, which shows you, again, the hive mind of the Republicans is just as much a communist side as it is the Democratic side. So it's a remember, it's global communism is what they're pushing, okay? And they're doing it on both sides. So if you're stuck in the left-right paradigm, you haven't even come close to waking up yet. And if you actually think you're awake, okay, you don't realize that, oh, now everybody's, is anyone out there wondering now why everybody's suddenly a conspiracy theorist? If you've listened to me for years, I'm sure you were, in the beginning, right? When you found my channel, you were like, oh man, okay, this guy's talking about some interesting stuff. Well, now everybody sounds like me, right? In a sense, except that they're keeping you in the left, right. They don't really understand the core of this stuff. They're just getting little information from the alt-right media, and then they think they know what they're talking about. Now, I'm not trying to boast myself, but I'm saying is that it's almost like every single person knows somebody now who's a conspiracy theorist. When we used to talk about these things, it was like, wait, what? Right? So they've watered down this entire movement, and of course, they've herded people, because conservatives are now looked at as conspiracy theorists. They want to lump us all into that. So they give you this stuff to give you a little bit of truth, which is the act that these acts actually do occur, while giving you a completely fabricated story about people there, people here. How about all the artwork that came out of this, right? Very similar to the stuff that a lot of us uncovered with that pizzeria place, right? Well, the only difference is that those were up in an actual restaurant that we were all looking at, that people could go in there and take pictures of. Whereas in this situation, they just came out and told us that there was pictures of Bill Clinton in a dress. There was pictures of George Bush playing Jenga, right? And they're like, what are they trying to tell us here? I mean, it's pretty obvious what they're trying to do. They're trying to work you and urge you, right? And we know that all of these people are in on it. But if you continue to go down a rabbit hole, nothing ever gets resolved, and that's exactly what they want. So back to the story from Business Insider. Donald Trump is one of the names on the list, according to this Business Insider article. But until now, it wasn't clear which of the nearly 200 does, as enumerated by the U.S. District Judge Loretta Preska in a 50-page list, he actually was. The exhaustive review of the documents by Business Insider points to one no longer anonymous Doe who checks all the boxes, Doe 174. In deciding whether, so he checks all the boxes. He's allowed to be, still anonymous. It's still a John Doe. So all these people out there just spending hours, countless hours, going through all the stuff that describes Doe 174, right? And of course, it could be one of many people. So all you have is that they're going, oh, this guy weighs this guy has this color hair. Oh, it's definitely you know who. It's definitely the Donald. The other side, oh, it's definitely Creepy Joe, right? I mean, it's just one of the most simple psyops you could ever possibly see. And again, just go back to the fact that this island is above ground, out in the open, where you could drive a boat by and see it. It should make people go, okay, that's not very covert, right? The whole list coming out, how they even have these lists of people who are on the flight log. They would never have thought to destroy that way before ever getting caught. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. But these people, they feel like Sherlock Holmes So they get fed more and more and more, and now they're so invested in it, they don't want to believe it's a psyop, right? Well, the same thing they call fake news, CNN, is putting this as their headline story every day, right? They're not suspicious of that, why they're even covering it as if it's real, instead of going, oh, the whole thing's... Because whenever they don't want you to cover it, they just say it's all make-believe. They just go, oh, they're making it up. It's just some make-believe, debunked theory, right? With this, they're going, well, it's real, so who's on it? Conservatives, liberals, right? Some politicians' names are allowed to be shown, some aren't. Right? That guy Adam Schiff's name appears on there like 100 times. Obviously, you can look at the guy, you know what he's involved in, just looking at his face. The guy's one of the creepier people you'll ever see in life, right? Of course they put on, because they gaslight everyone, because what's his role in society? His role is anti-Trumper, anti-MAGA, want to throw Trump in jail. So, of course, it works perfectly for the whole psyop with the left-right, does it not? So, the list identifies Doe 174 as a person whose association with that guy on the island and Maxwell has been widely reported in the media already, and his or her name came up during Maxwell's public criminal trial. The former president fits the bill as someone who had a long history with the now dead person, who is not really dead, who said, I wish her well. And again, these people all hide over in that place where the people just very conveniently got through a fence and bombed it. They're all hidden and protected over there, okay? That's headquarters. It's Intel headquarters. That's why it's amazing that Christians can get duped into supporting a place that just put the name there in 1949 for protection, not because the actual real people reside there. But, you know, this is what we're dealing with now. So it goes back to the story. It says Trump also came out several times during the trial. One of his Mar-a-Lago employees testified about a victim working at Mar-a-Lago. Flight records made public on the trial show Trump flew on the plane with his son Eric. And one victim at the trial said that the guy whose island, who I cannot say, name-dropped Trump, apparently to demonstrate that he was connected to powerful people. The newly unsealed filings have shed more light on connections to some of the most powerful people in the world. They detail some of his connections to former President Clinton and misconduct accusations against Prince Andrew. Again, these people are all involved in it. There's no question about it, right? But this story is a trap. It's a honeypot. That's what it is, right? You're looking in the wrong direction. I mean, think about from this perspective as well, how you could even talk about this on platforms like YouTube, right? Now watch me somehow get a strike for this, but just because I'm telling you to stay out of this, to telling you that it's fake, I'll probably get one. But how many people out there can talk about this? How about that pizza parlor place? Do you know that you can't even mention that? And if the algo gets wind of it, no matter what you're even saying about it, it'll strike it. Can't even make mention of that. Now you might look at that story and say, well, what about that story? Well, look how that story was the big story. And ever since they created a massive psyop around that, because people were actually exposing all of the things you could see out in the open, this story popped up. And no one's ever made mention of that pizza place ever again, or the guy who was behind it, who is a Rothschild. You know, the guy with the curly hair who you can look at and tell what he is. Never mention it again. The only time they mention it is just saying, oh, these poor people, and they were a part of a conspiracy, and this ruined their business. It's the only time they mention it. It's like that. Never like, hey, should we actually look into all these things posted on Instagram, et cetera, et cetera. So then, well, that story gets completely thrown away. It gets thrown away because all of a sudden this story appears. And all the people who are involved in that story, like when I was connecting the Clintons, their business fronts on that street, that literally on that street, and their association with the guy, he appears on this one. So everybody starts looking in this direction, looking to the right when they should be looking to the left, or they should be looking straight ahead. They're looking behind. That's the point. That's the point, right? So if people actually looked and saw the underground stuff there, the museums, etc., you could see a whole network that leads to all these people, Masonic lodges, all of it, right? Well, with this story, it just appeared after that. At the same time, when they were trying to hide and push that story away and taking down anyone that talked about it, this story appeared. And what happened with this story? Oh, there's a big temple on an island. Suddenly there's logs being released. There's good people. And who's responsible for leaking it? The same people that came out right at that time period where we were all exposing the pizza place that starts with the letter Q, right? That person appears. That mystery thing appears, which is, of course, CIA fronted. So they give you a little bit of truth with that, of course. And that's how they lure people into psyops. I mean, again, people don't realize it. It's like they're not going to give you anything. And people might say, well, the pizza thing, how do you know that that's not? Well, we know that that's not because they never expected anybody to decode some of the words and stuff that people were finding. But you could just flat out look on your own at their Instagram accounts, at their all the symbols and stuff on the businesses over there. and how they were communicating and networking there, and how the guy was on a prominent list of the most popular, richest people, most influential people in Washington, D.C. Guy's got a pizza place that makes pizza that looks like complete crap, right? There was a lot of things. And then clearly the way they responded to that event shows us that there was truth to the event. That's the thing that really you have to look at. They had created a psyop so fast. I'll tell you one thing about that, because I know everybody out there knows of it now. When that started, I was the only one covering it. Maybe 3 other people who know, one of them was Jeff, who's no longer here. Another guy was Richie, who ended up not believing it. There's a couple other people that covered it and talked about it. Within weeks of covering that, within weeks, they created a false flag at the actual place. Okay, but we were the only ones who were getting hundreds of thousands of views covering the topic, covering it in and out. Like, no, not going like, oh, this is what the government's giving. Going through their accounts and stuff that were public, going through the restaurant, right? Then they brought in guys like Jeff Pozobic or whatever his name. All these guys they brought in, they sent there, and then they gained a large following and then started leading people down the island rabbit hole. And then people like us all got dismissed and thrown off the internet, right? That's what they did. They replaced it. They said, look, people, we got to give them something else. People are getting into this. They're starting to realize who we really are. This guy's talking about the occult, secret societies, Aleister Crowler's teachings, the connection with all these celebrities. Boom, get rid of him. Bring these people in. Have them follow down this hole. We'll give them a little bit of truth, telling them, oh, these wicked people do exist. We'll give them guys like Jim Caviezel or whatever his name is, the guy who played Jesus in Passion of the Christ. We'll have them make movies about it, but we'll never mention the actual stuff involving satanic, rituals. They'll just say it's Satanism, but they won't actually understand it. They won't actually understand the signs and symbols and how they communicate through these things. And that's where they all went, right? Where they're giving you this, an island out in the middle of nowhere with a huge building that, does that seem, and people are just like, they're like, can you believe it? They're doing this on an island. They said, why wouldn't they just do it underneath like they've always been doing, right? Even in the Old Testament, there's stories of going underground and seeing these rituals before. This is exactly what they still do. Exactly what they still do, but they always want you to look in the wrong direction. So back to the story, and I'll quit ranting. I just wanted to do a rant on it because I see it trending, and it does infuriate me. It infuriates me because I desperately want people to wake up, which is why I do this and why I've always done it. But mostly I've always done this because I want to protect children. And I want people, to be aware of who they are, keep their eyes on these people, to, realizing that there's never going to be arrests made against them. All you got to do is read the protocols of the elders of blank, blank, blank. And that, in all their books, they talk about controlling the court systems. They're never going to be arrested. And as long as people think of it in that perspective of, we got to get them to court, we got to get them to in front of the, into Congress, et cetera, then nothing's ever going to be stopped. You might say, well, what are you trying to say? We should do some type of thing? We should go, well, you can't go off of evidence of stuff that they leaked to us, right? But you could follow trails. You could look for things here and there. You could follow a lot of these children that go missing that they never document. Or, a lot of these witches that we know breed these children. But they don't want you to go down any of those holes. They want you to go down this hole. Because if it's politicized, then it works perfectly for them. Because it still plays into the left-right. So again, basically you look at this stuff and you say to yourself, this wouldn't be a main story on CNN. It wouldn't be a main story every night on the Talking Heads. Jimmy Kimmel wouldn't bring attention to it unless they wanted you to. Because why would you bring attention to this? Why wouldn't you just sweep it under the rug and never make mention of it and it'll just go away? And just a few people would talk about it, but instead everybody's into it. It's the big thing. Everyone talks about. Don't think for 1 second. They don't think for 1 second that they're being worked. They don't think for 1 second that all this stuff's coming out on purpose. They're like, no, because they can't. They just can't seem to get out of their own way with these things. Understand this. The news and everything you see creates a simulated reality. The stuff that you see, they want you to see. Period. And like I say, do some stories come out? Yes. Do some of the murder trials and things like that get popular? Yeah, they come out to give you a little distraction here. Do they really happen? Well, in a lot of cases, they're actually CIA operatives that do these things, right? You could see the signs all over the place with a lot of them, right? I've covered like all these guys from Kaczynski to Gacy. You can see all that stuff. Then you see like a domestic thing, and then it becomes a big story. Everyone gets into that. Well, there's truth to some of those stories, of course. Not as much truth as they'll give you. There's probably even connections to those people in the FBI and the CIA anyway. But nothing gets out there unless they want it out there, especially something like this. It would be covered up so fast. All you got to do is look at some of the stuff with JFK. All these people are like, oh, when are they going to release the JFK stuff? Oh, they won't release that, but they'll release this. Well, all these people are actually alive, and the majority of people involved with JFK, and you can have whatever take you want on JFK with the CIA, et cetera, and his bloodline, the Kennedy bloodline, but the fact that they can get away with saying that that's still sealed, but this stuff, oh, we care so much about you at a time period where we're completely controlling the information flow. They completely control the information flow. Right? That's why they say, look what they do to people like us. They don't even let us talk against the narrative. You know, you can only talk about this stuff if you're keeping people in the the hive mind they want to keep them in, right? So they control the information flow fully at a time period now where there's nothing that gets out. There's nothing you're allowed to talk about unless they want you to talk about it. But this just gets out, and it's front page on CNN, it's front page on NBC, the same places where everyone's like, that's fake news, it's not real news. Oh, but they tell you this. They're like, well, they have to tell you the story's real, but then they politicize it to make it say like Trump's on the list. Oh, do you think yet you're being worked? Hello, hi, anybody in there? You're being played and worked. Take a step back, evaluate your surroundings, take your emotions out of it, because they know that people out there who are good soul people want to protect children and want to help expose these criminals. Okay? So they're leading you into this and then tying politics into it to infuriate you and keep you in the divide that they want to keep you inside of. So Doe 174, it goes on to say, the name came up in 9 different documents that were previously under seal, and they had to be redacted as a publication of this article. 3 of those documents had not yet been completely revealed. It's unclear whether Trump fought to keep his identity under seal in the documents. So Trump could keep his name revealed from this document leak, right? But he could be sued for ridiculous, the stuff they tell you that he's being sued for and going to court over are all laughable things, and that's how they gaslight the conservatives. All the stuff that he's getting, you'd be like, what? He's going to court for this, but all this stuff with Biden taking money and bribes, he doesn't go to court, right? All done by design. So he's going to court for all these things, but somehow he could have his name hidden on this. And that's to gatekeep you. The whole thing's a giant gatekeep. So Do, Re, Mi, Psy is the big thing going on today, or at least this week, is Doe 174. Of course, conservatives tweeting that it's Biden or Jimmy Kimmel. Democrats saying it's definitely Trump. So everybody on the left and right believes that the story's real, and then that's how they get you, right? If you can't talk about it, then it's true. You see some of the videos that I get strikes on, you probably say, how's this guy getting a strike on this video? He's talking about a music video, but then he's connecting like some of the stuff you see in the video, whether it's pizza and hot dogs and sauce and stuff like that, because those are things they don't want you to notice in the videos, or the things that these celebrities are involved in, where you could actually look at the tattoos on their bodies, etc. They want you in their psyops only. And if you're not in their psyops and you actually expose stuff, they won't let you do it. So this story, obviously, for anyone with common sense, is controlled. But I wanted to do a video. I saw Doe 174. I'm like, I see it trending. And then I just see what it's about. I'm like, I just cannot believe that people fall for this stuff. And then exactly like I said earlier, with stuff with the pizza place, right? All these alt-right people hijack that movement. Everybody who was actually going through the bans, the documents of just stuff we were seeing, we're like, whoa, did you see this? Did you see what band played there? Did you see this weird thing? The sounds, the little stuff that were coming out of the place at night, how it was open, and all this stuff, the pictures in the White House that are posted on Instagram accounts that nobody would have known about, right? And then suddenly this whole movement takes over. That's the creation of the alt-right, was right then. Jeff C. was covering it and warning people about it at the time. And look what it's turned into now. Everybody in the alt-right is covering this. They're like, they don't want you to know that. Today on the show, we're talking about Doe. We're talking about this. We're talking about that. They don't want you to know it's Joe Biden. Get angry. Get mad. Do nothing about it. Perfect. As long as you stay doing that, they win. And that's what they're doing. They're winning because they're keeping people in the left-right paradigm. I thank everybody for being here. I hope you're all doing well. God bless all of you, as always, and your families.
Lowest it's been in so many decades. It's why America's future has never been brighter. Today, I am inviting all of you to become part of this incredible future we are building together. Thank you to our hosts. Thank you to the leaders and innovators in the audience. But most importantly, thank you to all of the hardworking men and women who do their duty each and every day, making this a better world for everyone. Together, let us send our love and our gratitude to make them, because they really make our countries run. They make our countries great. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this inspiring speech. As it is tradition at the forum, I will ask you one or two questions. And my first question is, why is the tax reform, why has it been of such a high priority for your administration?
Well, first of all, Klaus, I want to congratulate you. This is an incredible group of people. We had dinner last night with about 15 leaders of industry, none of whom I knew, but all of whom I've read about for years, and it was truly an incredible group. But I think I have 15 new friends. So this has been really great what you've done in putting it together, the Economic Forum. The tax reform was a dream of a lot of people over many years, but they weren't able to get it done. Many people tried. And Ronald Reagan was really the last to make a meaningful cut and reform, and ours is cutting and reforming. We emphasize cut, but the reform is probably almost as important. We've wanted to do it. It is very tough politically to do it. Hard to believe that would be, but it is very, very tough. That's why it hasn't been done in close to 40 years. And once we got it going, it was going, and the big, and I wouldn't say a total surprise, but one of the big things that happened and took place is AT&T and some others came out very early and they said they were going to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to people that work for their companies. And you have 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people working for these companies. And all of a sudden it became like a big waterfall, a big, beautiful waterfall, where so many companies are doing it. And even today they just announced many more. But every day they announce more and more. And now it's a fight for who's going to give the most. It started at 1,000. Now we have them up to 3,000. This is something that we didn't anticipate. Oftentimes in business, things happen that you don't anticipate. Usually that's a bad thing. But this was a good thing. This came out of nowhere. Nobody ever thought of this as a possibility even. It wasn't in the equation. We waited, we said, wait till February 1st when the checks start coming in, and people, Klaus, have a lot more money in their paycheck, because it's not just a little money. There's a lot of money for people making a living doing whatever they may be doing. And we really thought February 1st it was going to kick in and everybody was going to be, well, we haven't even gotten there yet. And it's kicked in, and it's had an incredible impact on the stock market and the stock prices. We've set 84 records since my election, record stock market prices, meaning we hit new highs 84 different times out of a one-year period. And that's a great thing. And in all fairness, that was done before we passed the tax cuts and tax reform. So what happened is really something special. Then, as you know, and as I just said, Apple came in with $350 billion. And I tell you, I spoke with Tim Cook. I said, Tim, I will never consider this whole great run that we've made complete until you start building plants in the U.S. And I will tell you, this moved up very substantially. But when I heard 350, I thought they were talking $350 million. And by the way, that's a nice sized plant. Not the greatest, but not bad. And they said, no, sir, it's $350 billion. I said, that is something. Well, we have tremendous amounts of money, including my newfound friends from last night, great companies. They're all investing. When one of the gentlemen said he's putting in $2 billion because of the tax cuts, I said to myself, wow, he's actually the cheap one in the group, because they're putting in massive numbers of billions of dollars. So I think you have a brand new United States. You have a United States where people from all over the world are looking to come in and invest. And there's just nothing like what's happening. And I just want to finish by, I have a group of people that have been so outside. I have a whole lot of them, so I won't introduce because then I'll insult at least half of them. But I've had a group of people that work so hard on this and other things. And we're really we had a great first year, so successful in so many different ways. And there's a tremendous spirit when you look at all of the different charts and polls, and you see, as an example, African American unemployment
at the historic low. It's never had a period of time like this. Same with Hispanic. Women at a 17-year low. It's very heartwarming to see, but there's a tremendous spirit in the United States. I would say it's a spirit like I have never witnessed before. I've been here for a while. I have never witnessed the spirit that our country has right now. So I just want to thank you all and all of those that are pouring billions of dollars into our country or $10 into our country. We thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, I will ask you maybe a personal question, but before doing so, I just
sounds
like
very interesting.
To acknowledge.
I didn't know about this one.
I would like to acknowledge the strong presence of your cabinet members here, who tremendously contributed to the discussions.
Good.
The last
I would
days.
like to do that. That's very good.
Yeah. Now,
Stephen, Wilbur, Gary, Robert, even my general and my various other generals, you know, we're making our military protection a little bit better for us too. So thank you very much. Does everybody understand that? I think so. Thank you all for being here.
Now, my maybe personal question would be, what experience from your past have been most useful in preparing you for the presidency?
Well, being a businessman has been a great experience for me. I've loved it. I've always loved business. I've always been good at building things, and I've always been very successful at making money. I'd buy things that would fail, that would be failures, and I turn them around and try and get them for the right price, and then I turn them around, make them successful. And I've been good at it, and that takes a certain ability. And you know, historically, I guess there's never really been a businessman or business person elected president. It's always been a general or a politician. Mm-hmm. Throughout history, it's always been a general. You had to be a general, but mostly it was politicians. You never have a businessman. And then, in all fairness, I was saying to Klaus last night, had the opposing party to me won, some of whom you backed, some of the people in the room, instead of being up almost 50%, the stock market is up since my election almost 50%. Rather than that, I believe the stock market from that level, the initial level, would have been down close to 50%. That's where we were heading. I really believe that. Because they were going to put on massive new regulations. You couldn't breathe. It was choking our country to death. And I was able to see that, Klaus, as a business person. The other thing is I've always seemed to get, for whatever reason, a disproportionate amount of press or media. And throughout my whole life, somebody will explain someday why, but I've always gotten a lot. And as a businessman, I was always treated really well by the press. You know, the numbers speak and things happen, but I've always really had a very good press. And it wasn't until I became a politician that I realized how nasty, how mean, how vicious, and how fake the press can be as the cameras start going off in the back. But overall, I mean, the bottom line, somebody said, well, they couldn't have been that bad because here we are, we're president. And I think we're doing a really great job with my team. I have a team of just tremendous people. And I think we're doing a very special job. And I really believe it was time. And it was time to do that job, because I don't think the United States would have done very well if it went through 4 or 8 more years of regulation and really a very anti-business group of people. We have a very pro-business group. We have regulations cut to a level. In the history of our country, Klaus, this was reported recently, in 1 year, we've cut more regulations in my administration than any other administration in 4, 8, or 16 years in the one case. We've cut more regulations in 1 year, and we have a ways to go. I mean, we're probably 50% done, and we're going to have regulation. There's nothing wrong with rules and regulations. You need them. But we've cut more than any administration ever in the history of our country, and we still have a ways to go. So I think between that and the tremendous tax cuts, we've really done something. And one other thing I said, and I saw it last night with some of the leaders and the business people, I think I've been a cheerleader for our country. And everybody representing a company or a country
has to be a cheerleader, or no matter what you do, it's just not going to work. And the reason I'm a cheerleader is because it's easy, because I love our country, and I think we're just doing really well. And we look forward to seeing you in America, special place, and where you are is a special place also. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for being with us. The World Economic Forum community who is assembled here will be certainly, and I quote you from the last piece of your remarks, will be certainly be among the hard-working men and women who do their duty each and every day, making this world a better place for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
We have, if I look at our stakeholders, we have business, of course, as a very important audience, and we have politics, we have continuous partnerships with many governments around the world. And of course we have NGOs, we have trade unions, we have all those different parts. Media, of course. Media, of course, and very important experts and scientists and academia. Because if we are looking at the future, I think we should look at new solutions, and the new solutions will be very much driven by technological developments.
And we even have, you even have religious leaders, right?
We have religious leaders.
Go. Hi YouTubers, I'm Rick Warren, author of The Purpose-Driven Life and pastor of Saddleback Church. I'm here at Davos with a lot of my friends, and we're talking about what are the biggest problems on the planet and how are we going to solve them. Right now I think there are 5 what I call global giants. Extreme poverty, pandemic diseases, illiteracy, corruption, and the spiritual emptiness.
Why is it better to be here in Davos than in Washington, D.C.?
Well, we're here meeting with world leaders, the biggest, most important people in the world, and we're bringing back tremendous business in the United States, and they're all here to see. I'll be making a speech, and then we'll be leaving shortly. But I think it's very important. The other's just a hoax. It's the witch hunt that's been going on for years, and frankly, it's disgraceful. But we look forward to being here. Klaus has done a fantastic job. And again, we're meeting with the biggest companies in the world, the biggest businesses in the world, and world leaders, all for the benefit of the United States. We look forward to the meetings.
Why not have witnesses this
Is that a right on climate change, Mr. President?
Well, I'm a big believer in the environment. The environment to me is very important. Thank you.
What about witnesses, sir? What's your message to the senators at the trial, sir?
We look forward to being here. Klaus has done a fantastic job. We look forward to being here. Klaus has done a fantastic job. We look forward to being here. Klaus has done a fantastic job. Klaus has done a fantastic job.
Hello, you're listening to Hugo Talks. Now, I made a video a while back called All Aboard the Trump Train, in which I asked the question about all of these doctors that we've seen appear in the last 2 years. How many of them are on the Reawaken American tour, which is funded by Trump supporters, is aimed at a pro-Trump crowd, a MAGA crowd. And at these events, the doctors are very much anti-jib-jab, okay? While Trump himself is the opposite of that. He's very pro-jab. And I asked, what is this all about? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Here's a quick clip from that video to give you an idea of what I was going on about. Donald Trump's son, Eric Trump, has spoken at them as well. So it's clearly a pro-Trump tour. And you've got all of these doctors who are very, very anti-jib-jab. Yet Trump himself is not anti-jib-jab. In fact, Trump is the person who signed off the Operation Warp Speed, which provided $10 billion to start the production of the jabs, giving billions to Pfizer, Moderna, and so on to produce the jib jabs. And he bought them for the USA.
Today, I want to update you on the next stage of this momentous medical initiative. It's called Operation Warp Speed. That means big and it means fast. A massive scientific, industrial, and logistical endeavor, unlike anything our country has seen since the Manhattan Project. You really could say that nobody's seen anything like we're doing, whether it's ventilators or testing. Nobody's seen anything like we're doing now within our country since the Second World War.
And since then, he has said that he's had the 2 jabs and the booster.
Former President Trump is calling out politicians to refuse to say whether they've received a COVID booster shot. In an interview with the far-right cable Channel 1 America News, Trump said he's had a booster and criticized those who won't reveal their status. Take a look.
I've taken it. I've had the booster. Many politicians, I watched a couple of politicians be interviewed, and one of the questions was, did you get the booster? Because they had the vaccine. And they're answering it like, in other words, the answer is yes, but they don't want to say it. Because they're gutless. You got to say it. Whether you had it or not, say it. But the fact is that I think the vaccine has saved tens of millions of people throughout the world.
So, I don't get this. Maybe someone out there, they can enlighten me here. Maybe I'm just confused. But this is a pro-Trump MAGA rally, okay? A Trump who is pro-jab, who signed for the production of the jabs with Operation Warp Speed, who has said recently he has had 2 jabs and a booster and recommends them, is pro-jabs. Trump is pro-jabs, yet the tour, the Reawaken America tour, is clearly anti-jib-jab. Okay, so that's the question I was asking. Now, in this video, this one is inspired by a video by a creator called 7 Grains of Salt. She did a video called All Linked to Sasha Stone, interlinked with the United Nations, okay? I'll put a link to the video in the comments and descriptions if you haven't seen it, where she linked many of these doctors to Sasha Stone, who in turn is linked to the United Nations and is also attached to many New Age endeavors, okay? Now, what I want to show here is how much all of these doctors, the Trump doctors, I call them, how much all of this is attached to the New Age stuff and to Trump, even though he is pro-jab and he has called himself the father of the vaccine, but also is interlinked with so many of the presenters as well, okay? I don't want to be making judgments on people, on individuals. I'm just digging and trying to connect things and see what comes out. And the connections to the New Age stuff, it sounds also very similar to the New Age mantra you see coming from the Lucis Trust, formerly known as the Lucifer Publishing, which is the spiritual foundation of the United Nations. The Lucis Trust, who maintain the United Nations meditation room, a room that is dedicated to what they call the God of many names. So this may be the first part of a series of videos, we'll see. Now, all of these doctors, what I want to show is how they are all interlinked with one another. For example, we saw there recently Stu Peters. He released a video with Dr. Brian Ardis called Watch the Water about snake venom. I'm not buying into it, but anyhow, Brian Ardis, he has his own show, The Ardis Show, which is sponsored by Mike Lindell, the Pillow Man. the financier of Trump and part of the pro-Trump Reawaken American tour. Also, Brian Ardis, as you can see, is also a speaker at the Reawaken American tour. He was speaking on the Stu Peters show, which is also sponsored by Mike Lindell and his pillows. Just to connect the dots, Stu Peters has many doctors on his show, many that are also part of the pro-Trump Reawaken America tours. Tours that are pro-Trump, all of these speakers against the jab, but are at a pro-Trump rally, funded by Trump supporters while Trump is pro-jab, not anti-jab. Doesn't make any sense. Here we see Zelenko on the Stu Peters show, Zelenko on the pro-Trump tour, Zelenko on Alex Jones. Alex Jones also had Stu Peters on his show numerous times. Del Bigtree has had Stu Peters on his show. Del Bigtree speaks at the Reawaken American pro-Trump rallies. Del Bigtree with Alex Jones. Del Bigtree with Zelenko. Zelenko appearing on Dr. Brian Ardis' show. Brian Ardis interviewing Peter McCullough, who also speaks at the Reawaken pro-Trump American shows. Here he is with Stu Peters. Peter McCullough on Joe Rogan. Here he is at the Health Freedom Summit 2022, big convention. Also with Del Bigtree, Robert F. Kennedy, Malone, Peter McCullough, Zelenko, and Eric Trump at the Reawaken America tour. Here we have Dr. David Martin, also on Stu Peters' show, with Del Bigtree. Here with Robert F. Kennedy and Dr. Judy Mikovits, with Rainer Fulmick, with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. Here is Dr. David Martin with Sasha Stone, Dr. Christiane Northrup, and Del Bigtree. We'll get back to some of them in a minute. Dr. David Martin also speaks at the pro-Trump Reawaken American tour. Dr. David Martin is vehemently anti-jab, as all of these doctors are. Yet here he is at a MAGA rally, pro-Trump rally. Yet Trump is pro-jab. Dr. David Martin is anti-jab. Dr. Brian Ardis, also with Dr. Rainer Fulmick. Here we see Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, who appears constantly on these same shows, with the same people, with Alex Jones, with Dr. Andrew Kaufman, on repeatedly on the Stu Peters show. Here, with Judy Mikovits, with Dr. Carrie Madej, with Dr. Christian Northrup. Dr. Sherry Tenpenny speaks at the pro-Trump Reawaken American tour, like all of these other ones, as does Dr. Judy Mikovits, as does Dr. Carrie Madej, as does Dr. Christiane Northrup. These people have appeared on the Stu Peters shows, and who appear with Dr. Brian Ardis on the other shows and podcasts. I could keep going on forever. But the main point, the main thing I want to get across here is clearly this shows all of these doctors are all interlinked, are all appearing on the same shows with the same people, are all attached to Reawaken American tours, pro-Trump rally aimed at the MAGA crowd. And these speeches that they make are vehemently anti-jib-jab, while Trump is clearly pro-jab, as you saw in the video at the start, which makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever, okay? And they also do a lot of conventions together, tours and whatnot. Here we see one coming up, I think right now, the Save a Generation tour. Early bird tickets, $35, but you can get a VIP ticket, meet and greet, like you do with rock stars at gigs. Get a photograph with them for $250. And again, it's many of the same names. Here we see Dr. Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough, Pierre Corey, Judy Mikovits, Christian Northrup, Dr. Brian Ardis, Dr. Carrie Madej, all at this one convention. Now, this tour is organised by Take Action for Freedom. Here is their website. And apart from buying tickets for this tour, the other main thing it's aimed at is encouraging people to get into crypto. So encouraging to adopt digital currencies. Basically getting them to accept a cashless society. That's how it comes across to me, which would be exactly what the establishment would want, isn't it? Isn't that how it is? As I've said on here before, cashless society and everyone enslaved to their phones is what the establishment want, and this seems to be encouraging it. There's loads more of these types of conventions and tours with these doctors, special weekends that have been going on for the last year or so. And I know people have to make money, you know. It's just odd how they are all so tightly interwoven together. Okay, now I'm going to single out Dr. Christiane Northrup, who was in that tour on the Reawaken American tour, has made many appearances, has appeared on many shows, appears with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, appears with Dr. Carrie Madej, here with Dr. Jane Ruby, who is a regular on the Stu Peters show, here with Sasha Stone. Now, Sasha Stone, who is attached to the United Nations, was given an award by the United Nations. You can get more info on that in the 7 grains of salt video, which I mentioned earlier, and is in the description and comments below. Dr. Christiane Northrup has made numerous appearances on the Trump-supported Reawaken American tour. This is a doctor who is linked to numerous New Age ideologies, which you don't really associate with doctors. So here we see how to spot energy vampires. Here she is hanging out with tarot readers. Here, the Great Awakening 2020. Here she is with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny and Dolores Cahill. And who is this woman on the right? Well, this woman is called Imani Mamalushan, a good friend of Del Bigtree of the Highwire Talk. Dr. Zach Bush, Sasha Stone, Dr. Christiane Northrup, Dolores Cahill, Sherry Tenpenny, and many others, it says here on her website. Here is Imani Mamalushan being interviewed talking about building the new earth. With Sasha Stone, she has a YouTube channel with the Hamza Evil Eye logo and has co-hosted events with Sasha Stone, involved with this Brave New Life website. I mean, here, look at this. We see New Earth, creating a new Earth with New Earth communities. She's connected with Earth Heroes TV, the Emancipation series. You know, it's all very, very much New Age. Okay, I mean, she's connected to the Sasha Stone New Earth thing called Reclaim Your Lives, New Earth. This website here. Check out the picture. Look at the baby in the center, the UN style symbol that changes into doves. If we scroll down, we see a video featuring Sasha Stone, Dr. David Martin, Imani Mamalushan and guests, which is no longer here. Then we see below that a special shout out to our live stream sponsor, The Highwire. Del Bigtree's The Highwire. And then we have this live stream event where we have this Imani character, Del Bigtree, Kate Shemirani, Tenpenny, Dolores Cahill, Dr. David Martin, Christiane Northrup, Sasha Stone, and Mark Steele is in there too. So we have a lot of the same faces here. And once again, it's all about building a new Earth. And then we have this recent Zoom call, including the Imani Mamalushan, Dr. David Martin, Del Bigtree, Dr. Christiane Northrup, and Sasha Stone, who, of course, is connected to the United Nations. Again, check the video in the description. But here is Sasha Stone's LinkedIn page. Sasha Stone, founder at Humanitad Foundation. Sasha is founder of Humanitad, an intergovernmental renewable energy organization. He is also executive producer of the MDG Awards, which launched at the United Nations General Assembly on 17th of March 2009. So, you know, we are getting a lot of New Age vibes here. People wanting a new Earth, the Age of Aquarius, United Nations, Lucis Trust World Meditations, and all of these doctors who are all networking together and are all linked to Trump rallies, okay, where they are vehemently anti-jab and yet Trump is pro-jab, as I've already said. It's a bit strange. It doesn't make sense, okay? Now, last year, a website was launched. It was called the Academy of Divine Knowledge. Again, it's in the 7 grain of salt video. Link below, there's more info. But just to sum it up, it was a site, an organization set up that people could pay to join, which would have seminars and video conferences and videos from tutors and speakers explaining stuff. As you can see, the logo is a Star of David hexagram kind of thing. It says here it's focused on catalyzing humanity's conscious evolution through expansive teachings, enlightened events, tune into expansive meditations, awakening people around the world, including channeling, mysticism, energy healing, healing extraterrestrial life, meditations, astrology and science, etc., etc. So, it's sounding very new age, right? And when it launched, these are some of the names that were attached to it. And once again, we see the same names crop up. We've got Del Bigtree from the Highwire, Dr. Tenpenny. We've got David Icke making an appearance here, Dr. Christian Northrup, Dr. Judy Mikovits, Sean Stone, the son of film director Oliver Stone. I believe Dr. Carrie Madej was in there as well. And they would also set up rallies like this one here, the Unity Rally. It says here, an initiative to unite human beings of all religions, of all races and all ages. It says here, which again sounds very United Nations, one world government, one world religion. The Alice Bailey who formed the Lucis Trust, originally called Lucifer Publishing, the Lucis Trust, who are the spiritual foundation of the United Nations, formed by Alice Bailey, who had a 10-point plan, a 50-year strategy of the New Age movement to fulfill its ultimate goal to establish a one world government, a one world economic system, and a one world religion. And this unite human beings of all religions, all races and all ages at the Unity Rally by the Academy of Divine Knowledge. It sounds a bit like that, doesn't it? So a lot of the same names. Now this Academy of Divine Knowledge, the founder of it is this guy here called Jason Shurker. I've never heard of him before myself, but he gets about. Here he is with Sasha Stone again, talking about a pyramid code. Sasha Stone, you remember the one who is linked to the United Nations and has connections to Tenpenny, Madej, Northrup, Bigtree and Dr. David Martin. Here he is on the Charlie Ward show. Charlie Ward, I believe, is a big supporter of the Reawaken American tour. Here he is talking with David Icke about the Divine Academy of Knowledge, with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Truth with Jason Shurker and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Here he is with Dr. Judy Mikovits. Here he is with Dr. Brian Ardis, the snake venom guy, Watch the Water guy. Here he is talking with Rainer Fuelmick. Rainer Fuelmick, who's supposedly taking the governments to court. Don't know how that's going. What has he got to bring to it? I don't know. Here he is with Dr. Christian Northrup. Global meditation, it says here. Sounds familiar. And here they are again with the subtitle, Creating a New World. Or should I say, Creating the New World. They even put on events, here we see at the end of last year. It was called The Event. We're here now. The time is now for all mankind. This was set up by the Jason Shurker guy and the Academy of Divine Knowledge. And these were some of the speakers. Robert Kennedy Jr., Dr. Andrew Kaufman, Dr. Christian Northrup again, and Zuby. You know, the guy on Twitter. That's a strange one. Dr. Tom Cowan. Here we see Jason Shurker talking about global meditation for the age of love. Okay, the age of love sounds very familiar to the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius being something the Lucifer Publishing, the Lucis Trust of the United Nations, is something that they go on about. The age of Aquarius. Here we see Transition into the Aquarian Age by Steve Nation of the Lucis Trust 2019. Here we see on the Lucis Trust website the books of Alice Bailey, The Destiny of Nations, Initiation into the Aquarian Age. This is the new age they want people to transition into, where everything is unified. We are all one, utopia, love and light, embrace the light, one world, one religion. Yeah, sounds familiar. Here we see The Age of Love with Jason Shurker, The Age of Love, Humanity's Next Phase of Evolution. It sounds like very similar to me. And this is all linked to these doctors that appear at the Trump rallies. Therefore, it's all linked to Trump. Okay, so like I said, also, the global meditation is pushed a lot here. Here we see guided meditation with Jason Shurker and the Academy of Divine Knowledge, which aligns again with the United Nations Lucis Trust and their triangle meditations. Here it says, the Lucis Trust, they say, join us each Monday, Triangles Meditation Group webinar. We aim to strengthen and vitalize planetary network through the circulating of light and goodwill. This has an uplifting effect on human consciousness, they say. Sounds like the same thing as the Academy of Divine Knowledge speak of, yeah? Here's the Lucis Trust recent videos. Aries, full moon meditation, and another meditation group sounding chakras. Alice Bailey, the Freemason who formed the Lucis Trust, had books on occult meditation, okay? Here is one of Jason Shirker's books, The Language of Energy. It says here, accessing and understanding and applying the universal language that connects all beings and all things, unifying, uniting, one world religion, okay? It's time to integrate the light with Jason Shirker. Here we see another book by this guy, Rays of Knowledge, Sacred Knowledge Revealed, it says. And the foreword of this book is written by Dr. Christian Northrup, okay, who is on all of those shows, speaking at the Trump rallies, the Reawaken American Trump rallies, okay? And this is what it says about the book on Amazon. Rays of Knowledge reveals powerful insights about the importance of conducting a positive shift of consciousness for humanity and will help elevate the collective consciousness, ushering us into the coming age of love. Is that the age of Aquarius, as the Lucis Trust talk about? The one that the United Nations are interested in, are talking about and preparing for with all of their meditation? Okay, United Nations is called the United Nations because it's about uniting all of the nations into a one world government. That's the aim, is it not? And getting back to this book, Rays of Knowledge, this also ties in, again, with the United Nations, Lucis Trust, Alice Bailey and the New World Order. Here are the books, The 7 Rays of Light by the Lucis Trust, The Rays and the Initiations, and on their websites, The Science of the 7 Rays. They take this stuff very seriously, and they have all kinds of organizations linked to it, promoting it, teaching it. Here on this site, it's called Ageless Wisdom Schools and Groups. It's a collection of organizations around the world, all about this new age of love or new age of Aquarius. Here we see the 7 Ray Institute, it says, formed to inform the public about Blavatsky and Alice Bailey's 7 Rays, etc. Then we have the University of the 7 Rays, which was formed to deepen the Institute's work. We've got the Moya Federation, an expanded University of the 7 Rays program. Check out the logo. Does that look familiar to you? Yeah? We've got the United Nations Lucis Trust. We've got Sydney Goodwill, which is part of the Lucis Trust, and they're Goodwill ambassadors of the world. Yeah, it's the United Nations. We've got the Heschel Group, that symbol again. The Theosophical Society, yeah. The Aquarian Age Community, and this one is interesting, the Ancient Universal Mysteries. It says here, Grand Lodge, Ancient Universal Mysteries is an international Freemasonic order admitting both men and women to meet the demand for the Aquarian spiritual Masonic quest for more light and restorations of the ancient mysteries to outer service as a natural part of the program for human living. Yeah? I mean, check out the imagery for this organization, this Freemasonic lodge, about Aquarian spiritual ascension. So anyway, as you can see, the Age of Love, Age of Aquarius, the 7 Rays, Jason Shirker, who is linked to all of these doctors, to Robert Kennedy, to Rainer Fulmick, to Tenpenny, to Del Bigtree, Dr. Brian Ardis, Dr. Carrie Madej, Dr. Judy Mikovits, Dr. Christian Northrup, Sasha Stone. These organizations, you know, they're very similar to what the United Nations and the Lucis Trust are putting out. I mean, he's also got the aliens going on as well. Here we see UFO and Galactic Truths, and another book, Extraterrestrials and Shapeshifters. Now, the website for the Academy of Divine Knowledge has been taken away. It doesn't exist anymore, but if you go to the URL, you are redirected to their new site, Unified. And it seems they've changed it into a social media site, and they have clearly toned down the New Age language and imagery. which was probably a result of the negative attention it received after the 7 grains of salt video. It says here, our goal at Unified is to create a place where we can come together to raise the collective consciousness while persevering and promoting freedom of speech. Our community was created to give people a place to come together and support the initiative of building a new system rooted out of compassion and love and dedicated towards catalyzing humanity's ascension. So it's the same thing. It's the building a brave new world and transitioning into the age of Aquarius, etc., etc. Okay? Now, if you go to the front page, you get all of this stuff about the social media part of it. You scroll down, and one of the first things you see is Rainer Fulmick, which, I don't personally get the connection, okay? We've got talk of extraterrestrials and rays of light and meditation, and here's this lawyer. And then you've got Del Bigtree, you've got David Icke, Dr. Christian Northrup. Now look, if you're all into this new age stuff, it's not really my business. That's up to you. You do what you like. I'm just drawing attention. I'm highlighting this network of doctors, okay? This network of presenters who are all interlinked, all appearing on each other's shows, sometimes together. It's a resolving carousel of the same doctors on the same shows with the same presenters, all interweaving and cross-promoting one another to become, I suppose, the collective voice of the opposition to what's been going on over the last 2 years. And these people, nearly all of them, appear regularly at the pro-Trump rallies like Reawaken America. All of these doctors and speakers who are vehemently anti-jab, anti-jib-jab, but they're talking at a pro-Trump rally. Yet Trump is pro-jab, all right? Who calls himself the father of the vaccine. It doesn't make any sense. No sense whatsoever. And many of these doctors are linked to these new age organizations that are linked with people who work with the United Nations. And their philosophies are all about bringing in a new world. They want to unify religions into a one world religion. That frankly is exactly the same thing. It's repeating the same mantra as organizations like the Lucis Trust. The Lucis Trust, who are part of the United Nations, that were initially called Lucifer Publishing, formed by Freemason Alice Bailey, who had a 10-point plan on how to bring in a new world order, a one world religion and a one world government. Okay, so what's going on? Is it possible that the collapse of the economies, of the social structure of life as we know it is all planned, and when the revolution comes, when the backlash comes, when the people of the USA turn against the government, Joe Biden, and look for someone to save them, well, here comes Savior Trump, backed up by this system, by these organizations, by these doctors, who seem to be linked to New Age organizations that seem to be all about creating a new world order, a great reset, and a one world government and a religion, which is exactly what the establishment want to achieve. Okay? Or am I hopelessly misguided? I'm just doing a bit of digging, joining stuff up. Let me know what you think. Let's hear your opinion in the comments. I'm probably going to do a follow-up on this video and respond to your comments. So if you can leave your comments on this video on the actual HugoTalks.com website, if you want to be featured in that video, and I'll respond to those ones, the ones left on the website. If you want to check out the 7 grains of salt video I mentioned earlier, the link is in description and comments. Also, I'll link to my All Aboard the Trump Train video I did last month, and also the Lucifer and the United Nations video I did last year, if you want to look into this more. Hopefully this hasn't been too confusing, hasn't been too much information, and you've been able to follow it. Okay, thanks for listening. Come and subscribe to the tribe at HugoTalks.com, a place for like-minded souls, and I'll see you later.
Take a look at my next guest. There's a report around Wall Street that this is what he has in mind. This is Donald Trump, 33 years old. 33 years old. And some people think that he wants to buy the World Trade Center, the 110-story Manhattan skyscraper that anyone can pick up if they've got the coins. Donald Trump, as I say, is just 33 years old. He's just 33 years old. Mr. Trump, what's left in your life? You're 33 years old. 33 years old. You're worth all this money.
And now they're faced with a very real prospect of Donald Trump becoming the leader of the party, and it absolutely drives them crazy. They just cannot imagine sharing. Well, because he's an outsider. He's not them. He's not part of the club. He's uncontrollable. He hasn't been through the initiation rites. He didn't belong to the secret society.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it. The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for, and the thing that you should be apologizing for, are the 33,000 emails. 33,000 emails that you deleted.
It turns out the name Trump was not always his family's name. One biographer found that a prescient ancestor had changed it from, and this is true, Drumpf.
Welcome to Room 9.
Looking good, number 9. Looking good.
Word about the president. For 7.5 years I've worked alongside him, and I'm proud to have been his partner. We've had some setbacks.
Today's announcement sends a clear signal to the world that we are restoring America's proud legacy of leadership in space. At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space?
Thank you all very much. It was incredible. Jim, that was unbelievable. What a job. So, of course, it's a possibility. I mean, you made this the hottest movie anywhere in the world, so I think maybe becoming the president of Mexico by comparison, right? So I just want to thank you all. That was unbelievable acting, and Tim, what a job you did.
6.5 hours later.
We have to do a lot more. And we got to start with Donald Trump.
What do you mean?
Well, he's got to be in there because he's going to go after the traffickers.
Do you think he understands that?
We were with him last night.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so he's going to be moved to do something. I didn't know that.
Oh,
he wasn't here last night.
This is the new Moses. I mean, I'm still Jesus, but he's the new Moses.
Não vai embora antes de assistir ao remix que foi feito por algum canal. Eu só legendei para vocês saberem o que a marionete do sistema está cantando. Bem, agradeço mais uma vez por você assistir esse documentário. Eu não coloquei muitos outros vídeos, fotos, enfim, que poderia ser colocado. Dá para fazer até uma parte 3 de tanto material que tem, mas eu só vou fazer uma só e é bom que você pesquise o resto. E cuidado para não cair em desinformação. Você vai ficando calejado ao saber quem é quem no cenário e fica cada vez mais difícil escorregar numa informação falsa, ou como diria a marionete, fake news. Bem, é isso. E agradeço por você estar acompanhando o canal até aqui. E saiba, independente do pedófilo do Biden ou o ocultista, a oposição controlada também, o Trump ganha as eleições. Saiba que a agenda global vai continuar seguindo na mão de algum desses velhos, o laranja ou o pedófilo do Biden. É isso. E obrigado e fique com o remix.
Please welcome the frontrunner for the Republican nomination for President Donald Trump.
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to, you're a nasty person, I'll tell you what.
Stupid person, you're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are. Stupid person, you're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are.
Why should Americans put you back in the White House?
Most people understand what happened. That was a rigged election.
It was not a rigged election.
Are you ready? Can I talk? Let's keep it interesting, right?
Do you have any regrets about your actions on January 6th?
I wasn't involved in it very much. I was asked to come in, would I make a speech?
Why did you wait 3 hours to tell them to leave?
I made a video.
Go home. We love you. You're very special.
It was a beautiful video.
You see what happens. You see the way others are treated. Go home.
It said, you have to go home now.
Go home in peace.
You have to go home now.
Very special.
They thought the election was rigged.
We love you.
It was a beautiful video. You're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are. Stupid person. You're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are. Stupid person. You're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are.
Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her.
This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy John Johnson. He was a newscaster.
You defended the comments that you made on that Access Hollywood tape about being able to grab women.
Brother pussy. For a million years, this is the way it's been. Vagina. I said it's been true for 1 million years. Brother pussy. Approximately 1 million years. Vagina. Perhaps a little bit longer than that. I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. Unless somebody's very stupid, and I know you very well. You're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are. Stupid person. You're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are.